taxation instrument which has the greatest potential in the region, and it is the instrument that is lacking when we compare ourselves with developed countries with the OECD. The block that is missing in order to compensate, to compete, and reach and approach what more developed countries collect is the income tax of physical persons, which is, of course, the taxation instrument that has the greatest redistribution capability, and thus the region has had a problem historically, and we haven't yet been able to resolve that. The idea behind this presentation is to deal with different dimensions of the diagnosis, characteristics, comparisons with OECD countries, their effects, and so on, so that towards the end we can explore some ideas about reform alternatives. Obviously, reform alternatives that are not necessarily identical for each country because we are a heterogeneous region. But when one looks at the region as a whole, and we discussed about this yesterday, there is an increase in the tax burden that the region has had over the past 3 decades. And the main reason behind that was taxes levied on the consumption of goods and services, the blue bar, and secondly, income tax. What and there we have different positions, and that's the first comment. You can notice that all countries in 2019 are collecting more than in 1991, except for some outlying cases that are around the diagonal. But all countries have increased their income tax collection. That is a fact, but they are very distant still from the level of OECD countries, especially European and North American countries. So the second interesting point that we have to mention is that when we break down this situation of the increase of income tax in the region, that is basically the result of corporate tax, unlike developed countries, and corporate tax has a far lower redistribution potential, and thus it is not really the most adequate instrument in terms of what we're seeking. And thus, the concern today is the income, the taxes on physical persons, and we have. But I wanted to show this simply as a snapshot of what occurs in the region. Now, I would like to thank ECLAC for this invitation. It's always a great pleasure to participate in this seminar. I will continue with other dimensions of this diagnosis that we have tried to develop with Oscar about the income tax of physical persons. A first dimension is the actual collection and the share of taxes within these structures. So we will then move on to more technical aspects of the tax, where we were able to identify, considering all Latin American and Caribbean countries, we can identify certain common features to all countries in the region, or at least to the large majority of countries. We will identify certain differences. You'll be able to see this in some of the graphs that we will present. And basically, we will focus on aliquotas, both minimum and maximum, and in the levels of application of the minimum aliquots and the maximum ones, to convey an idea of the technical progressive nature of the tax. After that, we will try to show a, a, a typology to group countries given the differences that they have with regards to technical aspects, and especially when it comes to tax collection. Like those,
So, as to the common aspects, what we can say is that there is a prevalence of progressive aliquot based on personal income. In some countries, these are two, three, or four, and other countries have up to 11 different aliquots. And then a relative constancy of the maximum aliquots, and over the last 20 years, we see a growth in minimum rate. And then in the first decades, and then turned around in recent decades. As for the differences, of course, we find the minimum and maximum aliquots. Now we will show them in a chart, and then a trend that has consolidated over the last decade, I would say, and which is the constitution of dual taxation systems, uh, capital income or wage income, and we're going to return to the recast and the recommendations, and then a comparison or order in terms of levels of exemption and the application of the minimum and maximum aliquot. So you can see the great disparity among countries. There's a gap between the max and min aliquot for each country as of 2021 in comparison at regional level and also with OECD. And here you can see that there are segments of coincidence among groups of countries. And then we have this chart where we show with the darker bar, that is the level of exemption, and based on which the tax is applied per capita in comparable terms. And then we have the equivalent amount of the maximum aliquot, and we see that there too dispersion is or spread is significant among countries. So what we're showing here, this is really a diagnosis. The intention is not to compare country to country, but rather lay the grounds for a diagnosis as updated as possible to work on here on. So we began to put together a typology arranged based on tax collection in terms of percentage of GDP as well as participation within the overall structure. And also for each variable that we had analyzed, such as the aliquots or levels of exemption, the number of aliquots, and so on, and we put together the typology that give puts order to this when it comes to thinking of recommendations, because of course it's not the same to think of countries that have a very low level of collection at the moment of this tax as other countries where the collection is acceptable or more than acceptable. And so we did the comparison in terms of aliquots or total tax burden in net contributions, and we found differences that in the Outlook chapter you will see analyzed. And now I will show another of the dimensions that we analyze. The analysis in the diagnosis cannot look only what happened with the tax. We need to see how that plays out with other tax instruments, supplements. And so we chose three cases. First, property tax. It is possible to diagnose what is happening in the tax system if we do not at the same time take a look at property. There are two supplementary taxes, especially in the region where many countries, in view of the difficulties to actually charge income tax, use the property tax as a upfront payment or as an indicator. And there obviously the wealth tax and equity tax comes into play, but we need to consider the two local and state taxes. And in federal countries, this is very relevant. And one thing that, well, could be the theme for an entire seminar, and it is the relevance or not of inheritance tax, which is something that is long forgotten. So here you have the situation of each country with a significant clarification. Yes, it is worth recalling that in OECD countries, their bank debit and credit tax is considered to be an equity tax. And in the region, this is a tax used in emergency periods, such as a tax that is easy to collect. Because, but in countries such as ours, it cannot be considered as a property tax with all the nuances that has. And so it is taken out of our classification of property tax, and so it is really a tax on goods and services. So We need to take a look at the statistics very carefully. The second important thing are the wage cut, because when you take a look at the personal income tax, there must be a consolidation and avoid overlapping of between one tax and another. But when you take a look at social security taxes, well, this is a complex tax because it is not easy to analyze this based on the wage without also looking at the logic of the services finance. And so this is something to take into account. And the countries where some of these benefits are not given by the, or services are not provided by the state, but by the private sector. And lastly, the simplified regime. Many countries with the difficulties of personal income tax and self-employed people have moved towards simplified regimes that are not always a transit towards informality, but really a sort of safeguard where you where you hide situations that are not necessarily what were sought with these regimes. And when in some countries such as Argentina, Uruguay, Brazil, and some few others include financing of social protection this way through simplified regimes that include wages and create some sort of incentive that could affect income tax and such. So all of these things are to be taken into account. And if this were not in itself sufficient, what we tried was to show all the dimensions involved, or that should be involved in discussion of a reform to this tax. And of course, it exceeds the time that will be assigned, but nevertheless, we must mention there's a series of economic distributory effects and also administrative effects related to the tax that cannot be taken into account when you're considering reforms to the tax. On the one hand, there is an ongoing discussion that's been around for a long time. It's foreign to the region, and it sustained that the very high aliquots could go against the economic growth. And so what we tried was to relativize the argument. And I say this because that may be true or medium true for OECD countries, but for the countries in Latin America, we know that growth also feeds back into equity and equality. And in fact, in an equal economy such as in Latin America, this would not seem to be an argument that prevents the reform to the tax and increase the maximum aliquot. If a tax has an automatic stabilizism, we can estimate, especially when it comes to the crisis on account of the COVID-19 pandemic, show that the tax today is very weak as an automatic stabilizer, and so this must be taken into account in order to enhance the reform. And then distributary aspect. There are a number of arguments there in favor of the tax, and that must what must be emphasized is that even when in several of the countries of the region we have progressive design from the technical viewpoint in the tax, the contributory base is so uh, tight that sometimes the distributory aspect is almost nil. And there are effective discounts, especially in the highest deciles in the population, and this results in a very poor redistributory impact. And also evasion, which we will now resume in our recommendation. And what we found is not, well, it's not that we found it now, but they've been around for a long time. There's been a shortage of measurements of non-compliance throughout the region. There are very, very specific cases that somehow are an exception to the rule and that reveal the gravity of this issue. And we need a different approach. And we will now elaborate further on this. And so somehow all of this that we've pointed out, these are the various dimensions of a diagnosis that we should put together for each country. And what we would do was identify the series of areas for reform, and that, well, we will try to sum up in just a few minutes. So we return to the diagnosis and try to give a signal for the future. First, it is obvious in relation to the definition of tax in each country is to review the current aliquots in terms of bread, because there are two things. One, we need to review marginal aliquots, the highest, because there we find the main difference with developed countries. If there is something that must be taken a look carefully, is this. But then the entire structure to see the effective progressiveness. And then there's another matter that has to do with the breadth, not only the aliquots, but also the levels of income to which they are applied. The highest, the max aliquots as well as the min aliquots. And so some countries must be particularly careful, but clearly what we see when we did the diagnosis is that there are many cases where there is a difficulty to determine the structure as well as the level of the aliquot. And of course, the idea is to look for progressive aliquot. But of course, it does not escape us that in each country of the region, this was very much studied in the past. The role of interest groups, the elites against this sort of taxation is very strong, their opposition. And that is an issue, and that has been with us throughout these discussions and the fiscal policy in the region. The second aspect that has to do with the previous one is in that, is that if you want to strengthen this, this sort of taxation with a redistributory compact, we must carefully review the taxation of high levels of income and high levels of equity, both things together. Because sometimes when you have difficulty in following, because you're short of statistics, you're short of information, and these high levels of income, the equity is a sort of shortcut to get there. And then equity taxation also has to do with the taxation of the national government and also has to do with the idea of taxing the accrual of the income. And so there, or the carried forward income. And so we need further control. And not third, but later on, but it is related to this, there is a point there regarding the self-employed or independent workers. Taxation of the self-employed in the measure that this is addressed via simplified regimes must take into account incentives for these workers to be progressively formalized. These cannot be arrangements whereby the independent workers with different level of incomes hide from taxation and that there are islands and there be no bridges towards formality. I think that there the experience in the region is not good. There are simplified regimes that are very broad and with very perverse incentives. And then on the other hand, in those cases where there is a tax and social protection is included, it must be taken, must be looked at carefully because a tremendous benefit in terms of social security, but a major deficit in terms of uh, the fiscal side. So we fall in love with the instruments because it improves equity in terms of health and pensions coverage, but on the other hand, it's including an element uh, that is not very sustainable. And so these things must be reviewed very carefully.
Complementando lo que dijo,
Supplementing what Oscar has just said, weaknesses are not only at the level of aliquots. There is an important issue, which is the taxable base and the different types of revenues obtained by taxes. As mentioned, over the past decade, most countries have aimed towards equal taxation systems of taxing income with progressive taxes when it comes to salaries, and the other rates are gradual rates, lower, which are normally lower. We believe that this is a good moment to begin a discussion on assessing the possibility of moving towards a more integrated and more comprehensive schemes where we can integrate the capital revenues within aliquots. And we have a very recent example, which is precisely the reform in Colombia, where that was indeed the logic behind that reform. It's an innovating step compared to what was present in the region before that. And so I believe that in some cases we can begin to consider this possibility of integrating these revenues, because capital revenues are normally much more concentrated um, on individuals with greater wealth, and that will provide the tax with more capabilities, not only in terms of collection, but also in terms of its distribution capability, and also to reassess the necessary adjustments needed in each country in terms of the tax base. And we refer here not only to exemption levels, where the comparison of averages are already evidence that Latin American countries begin to tax at a higher level compared to developed countries. But at the same time, we need to review in some specific cases tax expenditure and some exemptions present in the tax. In fact, even some gender biases that have deep rooted historical reasons. And we mentioned that specifically in the chapter. Moving on to a different point, we would like to say that no policy reform should be adopted without prior synchronization with the tax administration of each country and the capability of managing this in each country. Our recommendations here, of course, are to insist upon the need to conduct measurements of non-payment and the different variants of non-payment of taxes that we have identified. In some countries, it is possible to see that these measurements show differences in terms of the level of non-payment among different taxpayers. It's not the same. Wage earners are not the same as independent or self-employed workers that normally have a far greater level of non-payment of taxes. And obviously, with the idea of facilitating this voluntary compliance on the part of taxpayers, thus benefiting from the technological progress that tax authorities are incorporating, not only via the uh, management of the information generated through electronic invoices and other instruments, but also the possibility of having a far more automated interaction with taxpayers. An example that was mentioned yesterday is to move towards the treatment of pre-filled tax returns is something that we could insist on. And of course, relating to what was mentioned yesterday, the possibility of controlling taxes is not only limited to the domestic sphere, and that is why we mentioned this idea of an equal approach. We need to advance towards a domestic and international approach when it comes to managing this tax, and for that purpose, cooperation and the exchange of information is fundamental. So that would be one of the main recommendations. Yes, 1 minute to conclude with the idea of reform processes. We have reviewed various dimensions. Of course, you can review this in greater detail in the respective chapter, but this leads every country to discuss how to implement these reforms, and obviously we need wide-ranging consensuses for these reforms to be sustainable. But I would like to make two additional comments. First of all, it will be very difficult for these reforms to be viewed in an isolated manner. The idea is not to simply reform income tax for physical persons. So this must be within the framework of a wider ranging reform. On the other hand, we must also be aware of this idea of wide consensus. Sometimes one seeks a wide consensus because but wide consensus is never achieved. I found a text by Fuentes Navia many years ago who said, well, look, if we can't reach a consensus among others. Let us reach a consensus about something at least, and then we can move ahead. When one thinks in that manner, it's important to focus the key aspects of the changes that are necessary. And we're talking of income tax, a physical tax. So let us not be confused about this. If we need something in the region, it is precisely this tax. The rest will help, but let us work on this and let us try to reach a consensus at least around this situation. And if one could move ahead even further, I believe that hand in hand with this reform, the other important point is taxes on wealth and social security. Increasingly, social security is generating many problems, not only for public finances, but for this for politics. Many of the political discussions, for example, in many countries are around the reform of the health sector, for example. And so these reforms have to be dealt with specifically because every country has its own specificities, but always aiming at having an income tax on physical persons as the main thing that will help us to improve income distribution, but also to finance redistributive policies. And this is as far as we go. I hope I haven't spoken more than we should have. Thank you, Oscar and Dalmiro, for this very comprehensive presentation that emphasizes the complementary nature of these instruments, the comprehensive nature of our reform processes, the institutional capabilities that must exist in order to conduct these processes, and likewise the consensus that is required. Now, we'll offer the floor to Hector Villarreal, who is director of the Initiative for Economic and Demographic Transition of Instituto Tecnológico de Monterrey in Mexico. You have 20 minutes, Hector. Thank you, everyone. I would sincerely like to thank the invitation to ECLA. It's an honor to be here. My presentation is very closely aligned to what we have just heard and also aligned with what we discussed yesterday. I will try to very quickly link the idea of a fiscal space that we needed to open, but at the same time to think about the long term and to think about reforms that incorporate a new vision in fiscal systems, an issue that was discussed repeatedly yesterday. I think we acknowledge three challenges that have been debated at length. There's little fiscal scope in many countries in the region. The public debt has increased over the past few years, and something that we're also evidencing is that it is extremely difficult to have proper budgets without high financial requirements. I don't want to say whether this is primary deficit or not. There's also an issue that has to do with accounting records that could perhaps make this confusing, but we have high financial costs, and everybody acknowledges that. But something that is not so widely acknowledged, and I'm happy to find Alberto Arenas next to me, who's one of the main experts in the region about this, is the demographic transition. This is happening in a very accelerated fashion and in a very aggressive manner in the region. And in Mexico, we were lucky enough to receive a talk by Daniel Titelman, who said it would be naive to think that this is not going to have an impact upon the fiscal system. The expenditure needs in pensions is very important. Health issues will also require more financing, and this will be a bomb for fiscal systems and also the problem of developing the economy of care and that type of system. So we face many challenges. The idea is not to be frightened or to start dealing with science fiction, but in a basically in a 25-year period, the number of people aged 65 and over will increase threefold in the region, and therefore they will represent 20% of the population with far fewer children and teenagers, and obviously that will have an impact upon the labor market. in the way in which we think about education and so on. I believe that be this will relate to all aspects of public policy. I would like to talk about six discussions that are closely aligned to what has just been asked. On the first one, I will discuss a little bit longer, and the others I'll touch upon very quickly. I believe that the major discussion that we have to begin with is to rethink social security. There are regional differences, but basically, if you take Argentina, Brazil, Uruguay, and Costa Rica out of this situation, most countries in the region collect very, very little for social security. And here we are not benefiting from a public revenue that is very important and that in structural terms is directly connected to the public policies that are of interest to us. And therefore, the question that arises is, first of all, how to organize them, and secondly, how to make them more inclusive. And one of the main stigmas whenever we talk about social security, and this is one of the issues that always raises discussions, is whether it should or not be linked to formal employment. And when people say, well, this is a region where many of our countries face a severe informality problem in labor terms, it would seem that whenever you wish to provide social security linked to formal employment, you immediately exclude a large proportion of the population. But the other side of the coin is that when you calculate this and you try to substitute these revenues through general taxes, the figures simply don't work out. And therefore, there is a permanent stress there. And instead of thinking about a social security that excludes part of the population, we must try to find ways to make all the population participate. And something that Oscar and Ramiro have just said is very relevant. And I would like to begin with a second discussion. We cannot think about social security and income tax on physical persons independently. We must discuss present rates, fiscal expenditure. Christina will certainly refer to that, I'm sure. But I believe that for starters, we have to begin to think of uh, taxes with a negative revenue for some sectors of the society. But the idea is to try to incorporate everyone into the taxation system so that all people may participate. And if we were going to think about this seriously. If we say, well, look, within these taxation reforms that we're thinking, social security, income tax on physical persons, and so on, and if that's going to be the vertebral column of this reform, we must think about common sense issues. First of all, that everybody is registered. For example, you cannot participate in public policies if you don't have a federal registry as a taxpayer or something equivalent to that. Secondly, we must seek that social programs are within the framework of revenues and leave direct transfers that are outside of the system, or at least or try to avoid them. And this could imply many positive externalities, the development of new financial instruments to improve the banking links with the population. And Sanjik Gupta also referred to this and to the digitalization of public finances, a comprehensive system where we can work with all of this in a joint manner.
And now I will move through the rest of things very quickly. Equity tax, inheritance, justice. Because as we implement this, we could have efficiency gains, but also complications. And for me, what I would be concerned with when it comes to discussing a fiscal reform is that all attention be focused on inheritance equity, and that we should end up electing little, and that maybe this be watered down with many other discussions. But I recall what India Pineda said yesterday. We must begin with a more simple question. Are property tax, real estate, not very distortive and easier to manage if they're working well? At least in most countries of the region don't do it and they collect very little. And this is very progressive, has all the features that we like. And I think that before thinking of highly sophisticated systems, or other taxes, we should elaborate on that. And, well, discussion, corporate tax, maybe the rates cannot be put up, maybe they shouldn't be pushed up. But yes, we should be taking a look at the effective rates, and so that the fiscal expenditure, justified, and of course, take part in the discussion of the basis for the erosion of tax base in progressive region. We must have play an important role there. Not necessarily all countries will have the same position. There are some things that affect us in a differentiated manner. But yes, this is a matter that to close the integral fiscal system does play a very important role. And the next discussion, the indirect. I believe that we should not abuse VAT. We must recognize its limitations. And if you allow me, and I hope that no one may be offended by this, let's avoid fiscal laziness. We feel very at ease charging VAT and making direct transfers. But, gentlemen, I think that these fiscal systems are highly primitive. We should be thinking of something far more modern, more elaborate, and more sophisticated with other capacities. And where we do see a great opportunity to modernize is in these other special taxes. The double dividend has its limits. It's there, sometimes we like it, and you say because you charge the dividend and you avoid a discussion, but these do not substitute general taxation, especially the income tax system that should be in the backbone of any modern fiscal system, as in the developed countries. Now, what we could experiment with, and for example, to finance health, this is an interesting option, labeling. As the Peruvians are labeled, this leads to a good political economy, more transparent. Why you're charging this and what you're using them for. At least in Mexico, this has been a controversial matter. The finance secretary resists tax labeling, but maybe this is a good idea that they should be kept. In the next discussion, and with it, I'm almost closing. I think this is a great moment for environmental where we all recognize the need, but many of these probably will have to be local. And once again, that beyond the distortion that you could fix with a tax, resources should all be used for specific purposes. It's not a good idea for these taxes to nourish general pools, because that makes it not very transparent and could allow, well, criticism. And so I close. Very quite often, fiscal reforms develop because we have issues with the fiscal space. We need to fix that. We show the resources and so well. This is what ends up catapulting or detonating these reforms. But I think that here now we have an opportunity to redesign in pursuit of sustainable development, something that's inclusive with a long-term approach, and that we may introduce an intergenerational perspective to this, and which I believe is highly absent in the fiscal discussions in the region. I will end with that. Thank you. Well, thank you very much, Hector, for that excellent presentation. And we now will recognize Cristina Garcia Herrera, who is Director of Studies at the Institute of Fiscal Studies in Spain, and surely is already online. Are you online? Yes.
Hola, buenas tardes, buenos días para vosotros. Buenas tardes desde España.
Good afternoon
Primero,
from Spain. Good
agradecer
morning to you.
la invitación
And I'd like to
a
thank
poder
ECLAC for the
participar
invitation. It is
en el
an
seminario de
honor
política fiscal.
to be
Y
invited to
lo
the
siento,
seminar on
realmente
fiscal
no poder
policy, and
estar
what you
presente
do,
con vosotros en
and
Santiago
I'm
de Chile.
sorry that I am
Es
unable to be
una
there in
temática
person in
que
Santiago de
el Instituto de
Chile.
Estudios Fiscales acude anualmente y este
This
año no
is
se ha
an event
podido
that we usually
conceder
attend, but on
físicamente
this
con todos
occasion it has
vosotros,
not been
pero
possible
en
to be
cualquier
there in
caso,
person.
muchas gracias
But
por vuestra
nevertheless,
presencia.
I thank you very much for
Bien,
the
el
invitation.
tema del que yo voy a hablar es la evaluación de
I will
beneficios
be
fiscales,
speaking about
beneficios fiscales o
fiscal
gastos tributarios o gastos
assessment,
fiscales, como se conocen
fiscal
en América
expenditures.
Latina. Os
Unfortunately,
voy a
the
contar la
sound is
experiencia española en
intermittent.
evaluación de beneficios fiscales. Aunque es cierto que cada vez
Although
existe
it is
más
true
y mejor
that each
información
time
sobre
there is
beneficios
more and
fiscales
better
y sobre su
information
cuantificación,
on, I
todos
believe
los
she's
países
saying
tienen
fiscal benefits,
diversas estimaciones de los beneficios
and
fiscales
countries
y
have this
estos gastos
information
tributarios que implican en los sistemas tributarios.
implied
Es
by
cierto que son
the
muy
tax
pocos los
expenditure.
países que
It is also
evalúan o
true that there are
analizan
few
de
countries
manera
that
regular
assess
la eficiencia o la
regularly
eficacia de
the
estos beneficios
efficiency or
fiscales
the
y muy
efficacy
pocos,
of these
contados
tax
con los dedos de
benefits,
las
and
manos, los
very
que
few
realizan o los que consiguen
actually
una auténtica institucionalización de
have
la
a
evaluación
true
de gastos tributarios. Voy a contar la experiencia chilena y
mainstreaming
la experiencia
of
española,
an
que son
evaluation or
experiencias
assessment of
similares, que hemos
the fiscal expenditure.
realizado. Bueno, yo creo que voy a contar las dos experiencias que existen
Let
desde
me
el año
share with you the two
2019 y
experiences that
hablaré
we
más o
have
menos del
since
mismo tiempo que estuve
2019,
yo
which
en
is
España.
when we have
El
been
contenido
doing this.
de mi presentación
The
se
content of
estructura
my
de la siguiente manera. Voy a
presentation is
comenzar
as follows. I
primero
will
haciendo
begin
una referencia
first
a
with
la
a
evaluación
reference
fiscales en España
to
partiendo
the
del
fiscal benefits
concepto. Yo
in
creo que
Spain
esto
based
es
on the
importante
concept.
porque es verdad
I
que
think this
existe
is
una
important because
heterogeneidad
it is true
de lo que
that
se
we do
entiende por
have a
beneficio fiscal en
heterogeneity
distintos
of what we
países. Voy a,
understand
por
as
tanto,
a fiscal
adentrarme en
benefit
un minuto
among
qué
countries.
entendemos por gasto tributario en
And
España. En
I
segundo
must
lugar, me
explain what we
referiré a
mean
la
by this in Spain,
cuantificación de los beneficios
and
fiscales
then
para entender de qué
quantification of the
medida
fiscal
estamos
benefits to
recaudatoria
understand.
estamos haciendo en nuestro país. Y en segundo
Christina, could we
que
please ask you to wait for a minute until the presentation is uploaded because we're having some difficulty in uploading your presentation, so we would like everyone to be benefited by your PowerPoint. So please, a little
de acuerdo.
patience. Christina, I apologize for these technical hitches. Maybe if you could move ahead, we will try to upload it as soon as possible, but we do not want to interrupt.
Muchas gracias. Continúo
Very
a ver
well. I will
si
then
se pueda
continue, and I
solucionar
hope
para
that it
poder
may be
presentarlo
resolved
y compartirla
quickly
con
in
todos
order to
vosotros.
share it
Os
with all
decía
of
que el
you.
segundo bloque de mi
I
intervención
was
se va a
saying that
referir
the
a la
second part
evaluación
of
de beneficios
my
fiscales en España.
presentation will
Comenzaré,
have to do
en
with the
primer
assessment of
lugar,
fiscal benefits in
justificando
Spain.
la
And
necesidad de
I will
evaluar por qué
justify the need for
relevante es la
assessment.
evaluación
Why
de
is
gastos
the
tributarios
assessment
y,
of
con
tax
posterioridad, me
expenditures
referiré
relevant?
a la experiencia
And
en
so
España.
I will
Esta
refer to
experiencia se
the
puede dividir
experience
en dos
in
partes.
Spain.
Por un
So,
lado, la
on the
que ha
one hand,
elaborado la Autoridad Independiente de Responsabilidad
the
Fiscal,
assessment by an
la
independent
Independent Review de
authority
los años 2019 y
responsible for fiscal
2020,
responsibility in
y
the review
continuaré
in
con la
2020, and
evaluación
I will
que ha
continue
llevado a
with
cabo el Ministerio de
the
Hacienda
assessment
en
carried
España.
out by the
Acabamos
Ministry
ahora mismo de
of
publicar
Finance in
el segundo
Spain,
informe
and that
y que
we
ha
have
evaluado
just
un total de 15
published the
beneficios
last
fiscales
report,
durante el año
15, and has
de
assessed
2021 hasta el año 2023.
I think she said 15 fiscal benefits.
gustaría referirme también a
And
un
so I would
estudio
also like to refer to an
información de beneficio
example
fiscal, por lo
of
menos tratar de dar alguna información. He elegido
a
como
tax
beneficio
benefit.
fiscal la exención de las
This
pensiones
is an
por despido en la
exemption
modalidad de pago único,
uh,
que es
that
un
involves
beneficio tributario que existe en España.
unemployment.
Y terminaré con
And
algunas
I will end
conclusiones o recomendaciones.
with a few
Empiezo, por
final
tanto, por el
recommendations.
primer bloque.
So let me begin with the first block then.
¿Se está compartiendo ya la presentación?
Yes, we are now seeing your presentation. Thank you very much. And many apologize on account of the difficulties, but we can now see it.
Eso me
Thank you.
pasa por no estar ahí. Es la
That
cosa por
is,
no estar
that's
ahí.
the problem with not being there in
Empezando,
person.
como decía, por el
Well,
concepto.
as I
Los
was
gastos
saying,
tributarios
beginning
son
with the
instrumentos de
concept,
política
tax
fiscal
benefits or tax
que
policy
permiten
instruments
minorar la
that
carga tributaria
reduce the tax
sobre los
burden on
contribuyentes
taxpayers
a través de distintos
by
tipos de
introducing
exenciones,
exemptions,
reducciones,
reductions,
ajustes
or
al
adjustments
imponible,
to the
reducidos de
tax
gravamen,
base, reduced
bonificaciones
tax
de
rates,
deducciones impuestas
allowances,
o
deductions,
incluso
or refunds,
devoluciones.
or
Y lo que
even
pretenden, su objetivo es
rebates.
incentivar y
And
alcanzar con ello
the
determinados
idea is to
objetivos de política
provide
económica y
incentives
social.
to achieve
En
certain
relación con la
economic and social
cuantificación,
policy
aquí
objectives.
en este gráfico podemos
As
ver
to
el
the
total
quantification, here we
tanto
can
en
see the
España,
total fiscal benefit
incluyendo
in
estados
Spain,
y comunidades autónomas,
including
con
the
las
state and the
regiones,
autonomous
por ser un
units,
país descentralizado,
because
en
the
millones de
state,
euros
Spain is
podemos ver que las
decentralized, and in millions of
compensaciones de
euros, we
producción
can see
desde el
that in
año 2010
2023 we have the
exceden
rebates for
23
2010,
importes
and in
fiscales de lo que
2023
se deja
the
recaudar
tax
por estos
benefits,
gastos
which is not
tributarios,
collected,
asciende a algo más de 80.000 millones de euros.
is about 80, I
Como
believe she
podemos
says,
ver
billion
también, más de
euros.
la mitad de la pérdida
I think that
recaudatorial
this
está
is
asociada al impuesto sobre el
foregone,
valor
that it was
añadido,
foregone.
seguido del impuesto sobre la renta
And
de
then
personas físicas, a
this
continuación las
VAT,
multinacionales y por
personal income
último los
tax,
impuestos
corporate
especiales.
tax, and lastly the
Si
special
lo que
tax.
hacemos es un
If what
diagnóstico
we
de
do
beneficios
is a
totales en
diagnosis of
España
total
en
fiscal
porcentaje
benefits
del
in
PIB,
Spain
en
as a
el año
percentage of
2022,
GDP, in
la pérdida recaudatoria
2022,
corresponde a un 6,4% del
collection
PIB.
foregone
La
is
evolución desde el
14%.
año 2010
And
podemos
rebates
ver
since
que se han
2010, as we can
reducido
see, we have reduced
2,2 puntos del PIB en el
2.2
año
points of
2010 y en el año
GDP
2022
in, from
y esta
2010
reducción
to
ha sido
2022.
más
And this
sustancial en
reduction
lo
has
que
been
afecta
even
al
more
IRPF,
substantive
en tanto
in
que
terms
en el
of the
ámbito del impuesto sobre la
IRP
renta de
or
añadido, que
personal
como
income
hemos
tax
visto tenemos una mayor pérdida recaudatoria, pues
and
no hemos
VAT, where we
conseguido
have
esa
the
disminución, sino que
greatest
al contrario ha ido aumentando.
election loss.
Refiriéndome ya a la evaluación de
And
los
now,
beneficios
assessment
fiscales,
of the
lo
fiscal
primero que me quería
benefits as
referir
such.
es a la
First
necesidad de
thing I
evaluación.
wanted
¿Por
to
qué es
refer
importante
to
esta
is the
evaluación?
need for
Desde
assessment.
luego,
Why is this so important?
no
Now, of
hay
course,
ninguna duda de que
there
hoy
is
en
no
día
doubt that
existe un
today
cálculo, una
there is
cuantificación
a
y una
calculation
publicación de la
and a
pérdida recaudatoria que
publication
se estima de
of
beneficios fiscales
the
para el ejercicio siguiente. En
fiscal
España
law.
esto es así desde hace muchos
This
años.
is the case
Tenemos
for
la
many years
cuantificación de
now.
los beneficios
We need to
fiscales en la
quantify
versión
fiscal
de
benefits
elaboración de los presupuestos generales del Estado,
to
el
draft the
presupuesto de beneficios
state
fiscales,
budget,
y esto deriva de un mandato
and this
constitucional
comes from
que
a
tenemos
constitutional
establecido.
mandate that
Esto
we
es
have
obvio que tiene
determined.
un
This
inmenso valor, además
obviously is very
porque
valuable
supone el empleo
because
de
it
muchísima
presupposes
capacidad
the
de funcionarios
use
públicos, de
of
funcionarios que van a
a
cumplir
number
con
of
trabajos sustantivos.
staff and
Pero,
resources that are used
desde
for it.
luego, esta
But of
cuantificación de
course,
los
this
beneficios fiscales es
quantification of
meramente
fiscal
una teoría
benefits is
y
merely an estimation.
esto es relevante. No hay
And
un
this
crédito,
is important. There is
un
no
crédito presupuestario
uh,
máximo que controle o
maximum
que
budget credit to
suponga un
restrict
límite para la concesión de
or
beneficios
puts a
fiscales.
limit to this benefit.
En cualquier caso, España es
In
un
any
país, como
case,
hemos visto,
Spain is a
con una
country, as
pérdida
we have seen,
recaudatoria como
with a
consecuencia de estos gastos
high loss
tributarios
of tax
y
collection as
unos
a result of
organismos
these
internacionales
tax
durante
expenditures.
muchos años,
And
la Unión Europea, el
for
Fondo
many
Monetario
years,
Internacional y otros
the
organismos, la
European
OCDE,
Commission, the OECD, different
alertan sobre
entities
la
have been
necesidad de
uh,
reducir esa
talking to
pérdida
Spain about the need to
recaudatoria como
reduce that
consecuencia de la
loss
existencia de
of
estos
tax
gastos
collection
tributarios.
as a result
Desde
of the
luego,
existence of
lo que
these
es
taxation
urgente y a nadie se
expenditure.
nos escapa
What
es
is
reducir
true
o eliminar o
is
reconfigurar
that
o congelar
the
beneficios fiscales
elimination or
para tratar de dar
reconfiguration of
un
this is
equilibrio en la
a complex task in practice for several reasons. First of all, from a political point of view, that is evident to reduce a fiscal benefit that impacts upon many taxpayers has political consequences, but also with impacts on in legal terms and in economic terms. In legal terms, because the legal arrangements foresees a principle of juridical security that protects those that adapted their behavior, and therefore that principle establishes that on many occasions the modification of a fiscal benefit goes hand in hand with the inclusion of a transitory regime that maintains the fiscal benefit for taxpayers that were benefiting from that tax expenditure in Spain. A clear case was the deduction for the purchase of homes, a fiscal benefit that we knew produced perverse effects upon the price of homes in Spain, because at the end of the day, the benefit was uh, paid by the real estate sector, and this led to a real estate bubble that led to a profound crisis. However, we decided to eliminate that, but we maintained that deduction as a result of the juridical limitations that exist in principle in order to completely eliminate a fiscal benefit. And there are also economic problems because on some occasions, the elimination of a specific fiscal benefit, let us think of less VAT, uh, has an effect upon specific taxpayers, especially more the more vulnerable taxpayers, and that should go hand in hand with the existence of compensations for that group of taxpayers. And in that sense, the arbitration of those mechanisms, either through direct transfers or the tax on physical persons as negative taxes, implies a complexity. And for that reason, the evaluation is so relevant evaluation in the sense that we need to analyze tax expenditure, first of all, to determine whether it meets the objective for which it was established. Secondly, whether it generates additional demands. And thirdly, and one of the conclusions of all the analysis that have been conducted over the past few years, it is important to determine whether the tax benefit is the best way to obtain that objective, even meeting the objective that was established. Perhaps the alternative way, which is a direct expenditure, is better than a taxation expenditure. In theory, if we analyze the pros and cons of fiscal benefits and direct expenditure, we find arguments both in favor and against that. And that is why the concrete analysis is important. Clearly, fiscal benefits introduce complexities into the system, and it implies exemptions and a whole series of requirements that make it more complex. They also lead to interpretation difficulties, and that leads to problems with taxpayers and tax authorities. And we need to, at the end of the day, allocate public resources because that expenditure has to be proven by the tax authorities. They are less transparent, and as I said a while ago, they are subject to less controls. Direct expenditures also face problems. The management is more complex in many cases. And we could also talk about the difficulties that exist because they are not applied automatically. And we could talk about the number of people that have a right to a specific benefit, and yet they are not, they don't receive that benefit because they don't claim that right. Well, beginning with that need for evaluation, I would like to talk to you about the evaluation done by the tax authority in Spain. Uh, this is the spending review conducted by this independent authority in 2019. In 2020, the government of Spain asked the independent authority to conduct an evaluation of fiscal benefits, and that was the first time that this evaluation exercise was conducted in Spain. We analyzed a total of 13 fiscal benefits with a revenue of 35 billion euros, which represents 60% of the total revenues obtained from tax expenditure in Spain. And the aim of this report was to evaluate whether the fiscal benefit meets the objective for which it was created, and whether it generated any distortions and whether it was necessary to reformulate that. Something that is also important and has to be taken into consideration is that this evaluation does not discuss the economic policy objectives of fiscal benefits. That is a political decision, and what is done via these technical evaluations is to establish whether taxation expenditure meted the objectives for which they were established. We conducted a 2-year-long work involving the collaboration of the independent authority from the public sector in Spain, of the National Taxation Administration, the National Statistics Institute, the National Institute of Fiscal Studies, and they conveyed a large number of data. For that purpose, on this slide, we find a link to the study of fiscal benefits, which is published in that web page. These are the fiscal benefits that were evaluated. The decision to evaluate these benefits was fundamentally taking into consideration the quantitative importance and also their qualitative importance. We evaluated a whole series of taxation expenditure in the field of personal income tax, in corporate tax, and also in terms of VAT. And we analyzed the reduced types on 4 to 10%, all the exemptions that exist in this tax on for health, education, or for financial services. These are all very important because that implies a significant revenue loss, and the European Commission has been uh, uh, asking Spain to define these exemptions. We are the country in the European Union that has the largest amount of lost revenues as a result of these exemptions. After we concluded the evaluation, the Ministry of Finance decided to continue with this task of evaluating tax expenditure. And in concrete terms, this evaluation forms part of the plan for the recovery, transformation, and resilience. That was the plan submitted by Spain to receive funds from the European Union. And Reform 2 of Component 28 also envisages an analysis of fiscal benefits. And the idea is to analyze the efficacy and efficiency of 15 fiscal benefits in total. This evaluation has given rise to the reports published in the webpage of the Ministry of Finance. The first of 5 fiscal benefits, well, we have the 2 links here, of the first 5, and the remaining ones, and this was published in March of this year. And here we created a working group comprised of officials from the Ministry of Finance and also from the Institute of Fiscal Studies, the Taxation Authority, and other entities, in order to adhere to a methodology similar to what had been developed with the evaluation conducted. These are the fiscal benefits that have been evaluated, and they imply a significant revenue loss. We chose benefits of personal income tax and corporate tax. Only one was special taxes, and these are the amounts that we have estimated, the methodology that we have followed. With regards the report, it implies that the report is broken down into 5 main parts. The first one would be a description of the fiscal benefit. That description contains, on the one hand, the regulation in force, the distribution of the tax revenue, and the objective of that tax expenditure. In second and third place, and I like to explain them jointly because they are related. There is an analysis of the economic context or of the institutional context, and also of the international framework. In this sense, this is relevant. What is relevant is comparisons with other countries, and in this case, within the international framework, we try to analyze the regulations of other countries related to those concrete tax expenditures that we're analyzing, despite the fact that it is true that that information is descriptive in nature, and it's the definition of the existence of not of fiscal benefits in other countries, but it's impossible to undertake a, a comparison in quantitative terms. First of all, because the quantification methodologies between countries are very different, and this already implies a relevant limitation, and even the context of fiscal benefits is different from one state to the other, and therefore that comparison is impossible. And on the other hand, and because of an even more relevant aspect, is that the loss of tax collection of a specific tax expenditure or its regulation within the tax system doesn't provide us with all the information about the policy that it is promoting. For example, in Spain, we have a deduction as a result of maternity on personal income tax for women workers. But in any case, a deduction for working mothers who have children between the age of 0 and 3 years. And perhaps that fiscal benefit may not exist in different countries, and yet, however, via a policy of direct expenditure, they are helping working mothers even more, and therefore, by economic context, we try to approach to that reality as far as possible. And in any case, it mentions the economic context that we try that the taxation expenditure tries to promote. In part four, we conduct a description of the databases, the data that we have used for the evaluation, and also a descriptive analysis of the information. And in fifthly, we conduct the impact evaluation uh, based on the fiscal benefit that we're dealing with and also using the information available. And we end with conclusions. I understand that unlike the evaluation conducted by the independent authority, we do not issue recommendations. And what we do is to describe the main conclusions that we have obtained from this. Here, I would like to, well, I think I'm running out of time, but in 1 minute, I would like to convey this information to you so that you can see how we evaluate an exemption. This is exemption of income tax of the benefits for unemployment received as a single payment. In Spain, we have the possibility in the case of some of the loss of employment that the benefit for unemployment is obtained through one single payment. And in this case, we foresee an exception in income tax. However, in order to capitalize this unemployment benefit, you must undertake an activity as a worker of a worker cooperative associated or a, a, or as an independent worker. This exemption is maintained for 5 years in the exercise of that activity. And the main benefit of this fiscal benefit is basically to promote self-employment initiatives of workers that have become unemployed who receive a benefit, an unemployment benefit, and therefore to promote uh, self-employment.
With regard to the description, we also see the regulatory trends, how this has changed over the years, and this occurred in 1997, but limiting the amount to 3,000 euros, and then this has expanded over time from 99, it doubled to 10,000, 2001, 12,000, 2003, the limit for disabled was limited, and then once again it was increased to 12,000. But at the moment, there is no limit to the exemption. In 1.3, as we can see, there is a quantification, and here we see the trend in the number of beneficiaries until 2002, with an increasing curve until 2009, when it becomes deficient up to 2013, then it picks up again, and then it's a far more marked in 2021, and then we return to a rebound with the number of beneficiaries up to 50,000 people in Spain. So this is the trend in the amount of the exemptions. The curve is similar to what we saw in relation to the number of beneficiaries. And then here now we can see the exempt benefit by beneficiary that tended to the average dropped off until 2007. And then in 2007, it reached its lowest level and then began to rise in 2022. The exempt amount per beneficiary reached the second highest figure in the series. Within the institutional framework and the economic context, we've analyzed many things. Here, there's a lot of information. On the one hand, unemployment, we know, is a structural issue that affects the Spanish economy. And here we see the trend in the unemployment rate from 2000 to 2021. And in Spain, as well as the mean in EU and the OECD, the red line shows Spain, and there is a broad range of variability located from 8.2% in 2007 and 26.1% in 2013, with a far more intense drop in on account of the crisis in 2008. And so now here we can see the sort of employment sought by the unemployed, also in the sphere of Spain and the EU and the OECD. In the EU, unemployed persons and that look for self-employed work is small, 2.4%, even lower in Spain at 1.7. Within the international regulatory framework, the truth is that there are a few countries that consider unemployment benefits exempt, only Germany and Holland and the UK, and all other countries, these are supposedly exempt and do not show any difference here. In Italy and the Netherlands, there is a special aspects, but in general, they are subject to taxation. Now, in the database for this, for 2014, as we can see, what we have is information that the major income taxes received through benefits for unemployment and income due to economic activities from 20 until 2020, 4,000 filers with the following variables. Here too, we have an descriptive analysis of how much the single payment for unemployment meant, discriminating by age and gender. In 2014, men with a higher provision, more than women, and the age was 30 to 40. And in the impact assessment, in this case, there were two impact assessments, and to detect the business success of those filers who had received unemployment payment as a single payment in, I believe, 2014, and there were two assessments done. First of all, to see the business success of the individuals that did receive the benefit in comparison to the individuals that received the benefit in the monthly modality, that is, not a single payment. And second, we also analyzed the response to the amount of the benefit received by these individuals. And the assessment in this case concluded that the payment for unemployment does have a positive impact on the development of economic activities in Spain in two senses. On the one hand, the analysis shows that the probability of survival of the activities that had been declared by these pilots was greater in the medium to long term in comparison to the activities carried out by those who received the benefit in the monthly modality, and also the amount of the benefit by determinant when it was higher, the probability of survival in carrying out the activity increased at least 2, 4, or 6 years following the payment. And so with this, I end with certain conclusions. And the first is that fiscal benefits do have an opportunity cost in terms of collection. So therefore, it is very important to ensure its efficacy in meeting the aim for which they were created. And in this sense, it is, assessment is necessary, ex post and ex ante, and also before introducing a benefit or a tax expenditure to a system, it is necessary to address the conclusion within an integral framework of the public policy affected. That is, take into account the relation between revenue and public expenditure. They must be interpreted within the logic of a system, because as we have seen on many occasions, these are discretional instruments, not very clear, and what we need is for a piece that fits into the overall puzzle. But in any case, assessment requires to consider that these are human beings, especially by the ministries that decide to do this, but this culture of the assessment of public policy is necessary to assess public expenditure, but also tax expenditure that is included in these low tax systems. Thank you.
Muchas gracias,
Cristina, por su
Thank you
completa
very much, Christina,
presentación,
for that very complete
de
presentation
enfatizar la
and for
necesidad
emphasizing
de
on the
evaluación
need
en las políticas
for
públicas que
assessment of
deben
public
incorporar los
policy
resultados de las
and
evaluaciones
including
para la
the
toma
results
de
of these
decisiones
assessments
futuras.
for
Ahora
future
quería
decision
darle
making.
la palabra
I would
a
now like to
Lucy,
recognize Nora
directora del
Lucy,
Instituto del Compromiso con
Director
la
of the
Equidad de la
Commitment to
Universidad de
Equity
Tulane.
Institute,
¿Está
Tulane
conectada?
University. Are you online?
Estoy conectada.
Yes, I am.
Adelante, Nora, tiene
Go
20
ahead,
minutos para su
Nora. You have
presentación.
20
Muchas
minutes
gracias.
for your presentation.
Gracias a
Thank you.
ustedes. Bueno,
Thank you.
supongo que se oye bien, ¿no?
Can you hear me all right?
La oímos muy bien
Yes.
y vemos su presentación
We
también en pantalla.
and we
Muchas
can
gracias.
also see your
Bueno, primero que
presentation
nada,
on the
al
screen.
igual que
Well,
Cristina,
first of all,
lamento
same as
mucho no poder
Christina,
estar
I
en
am
persona
really
y espero que
sorry
el año
not
que
to be
viene
there in
sea
person, and I hope that
posible.
next year this may be possible.
Quiero agradecer a la
And I would
CEPAL
also
por
like to thank
invitarme
ECLAC for
y
having
permitirme
invited
presentar
me
los
and
resultados
allowing
de
me
la
to
investigación
present these
que
results for Latin
venimos
America
haciendo en el
of the
instituto.
studies that we have been doing
El
at the
trabajo que
Institute.
voy a presentar
This
hoy está
paper
basado en un
is
artículo que
based on
hemos
an article that
junto con
we
Valentina
drafted
Martínez
together with
Pavón y
Valentina
Carola
Martinez
Pesino,
Pavón and Carola Pesino.
es
And
parte de
this is part
LACIR, que es el Latin American and
of
Caribbean
LACIR, the Latin American and the Caribbean
Commission,
Inequality
liderado
Commission,
por el BID,
led by the
Fiscal
IDB
Studies
and
en
the Institute
London
of
y la
Fiscal
London School
Studies
of
in the
Economics,
UK and the London School of
que están
Economics,
haciendo un
and
análisis
who
muy
are
amplio sobre
doing a
todos los
very broad
aspectos
study on
de las
all
desigualdades
aspects of
en la región.
inequality in the region.
Bueno, quería entonces
Well, and so
comentar
I
lo
wanted to
siguiente voy a
say,
hacer hoy. Voy a hacer primero un repaso rápido
first of all, I'm
sobre,
going to
desde el punto de vista
give a quick
analítico,
review
las
from the
herramientas
analytical
para
viewpoint,
estimar el impacto
the
de la
system
política
used to
fiscal,
estimate the impact of fiscal policy, in particular of taxes and
sobre la desigualdad
transfers,
y
on
también la
inequality
pobreza.
and also
Quiero
poverty.
enfatizar que el trabajo
I
que
would like
estamos
to
haciendo
emphasize
no
that this
solamente mide el
study
impacto sobre la
takes a
desigualdad,
look at not
sino
only the
también
impact
sobre
on
la pobreza.
inequality, but also poverty.
Y para esto, en general, lo que
And
se
for this,
usa
in general, what is used, what
la
we use,
metodología de
is the
incidencia fiscal.
methodology
Hay
of the
algunas
fiscal
cuestiones que
incidence
quería resaltar
and certain matters that I
para
wanted to highlight to
fundamentar, si quieren,
be able to provide a
el
fundament
que
of
luego
the
aparece
empirical
en la parte de
results
mi
that
presentación.
we will be
Le
showing in
pedí
the
a
later part
Noel
of the
que me
presentation.
ponga al final
I
de mi
asked Noel
presentación porque
to put me at the end of this panel
esta
because
presentación creo que
this
es un puente
presentation, I
entre
believe,
los
is a
paneles
bridge between the
de
two panels,
ingresos y el déficit,
income and
porque
expenditure,
como lo que estamos
because
analizando nosotros
what we are
son ambas
analyzing
partes
are
de
both
la
parts
acción pública
of
en lo que se
public
refiere
action
a los
with
hogares.
regard
No
to
tenemos
households.
impuestos
We do
corporativos
not
aquí
have
porque
corporate taxes
en general
included
no
here.
hago ese
And in
análisis
general,
para la incidencia
that
fiscal cuando se mira qué es lo que le
analysis for
pasa a
fiscal
los
incidence
hogares.
is not
Muy
available.
importante hacerlo
So
también
we
porque
focus
tenemos
on what happens to
algunos
households.
artículos en que han venturado también
But we do have
incorporaciones
some articles that have
utilizando
ventured to
elementos
included with
innovadores para capturar
innovative
ese
methodological
tan
aspects in order
importante
to capture
índice
that
de
very
ingresos
important
fiscales.
component of
Pero
fiscal
uno de los
revenue.
mensajes que espero
But
dejar
one
claro
of
es
the
que es
messages
muy
that I
importante
would like to
analizar
leave
el
you with
sistema en
today
su
is that it's
conjunto,
very important to
porque
analyze
si
the
no
system as
podemos
a
llegar a
whole,
conclusiones
because if
equivocadas
not,
de
we could
políticas
reach
públicas.
erroneous
Y
conclusions
por eso
regarding public
le pedí a
policy.
Noel que me ponga al
And that
final
is
de mi
why I
presentación
asked
para
Noel to
que
put me
ella
at the end,
ojalá también
to be able
pueda
to lay
convencernos
this
y
bridge
ojalá
and
en el futuro
convince
sea
you that
para
hopefully in
analizar
future
de
it may
manera
be possible
conjunta
to
ambas
analyze
partes
both parties
de lo
jointly,
que es un sistema fiscal en nuestro
uh,
país.
the two parts of the
Bueno,
fiscal system in our
este es un
country.
mapa de
Now,
toda
this
la
is a
cobertura
map
que el
of
instituto
the
tiene de
coverage that
nuestro
my
modelo de
institute
análisis
has
de
at the
incidencia
moment
fiscal. De hecho,
for
hay
the
otros países
analysis of
que no
fiscal
hemos
incidence.
incluido ahora
And in fact,
todavía.
there are more
Más o
countries that
menos
is not
vamos
yet
a
included
tener
on this
datos como
map.
para
But we
70
have
países
data
en
for
América.
about
En el
70
caso de
countries
América
at
Latina,
global level. And in the
creo
case
que
of
no
Latin
somos
America, I believe that we
la
are
instancia que
the
incluye
only
a
instance that
todos los países
covers
de la región,
all countries of the
más la
region,
República
plus
Dominicana
the
y
Dominican
el
Republic
Caribe,
in the
y
Caribbean.
que además
And that
tenemos ya en algunos
also,
países un
for some
análisis en el
countries, we
tiempo. O
have
sea,
already a
lo que
study
estamos
over time.
tratando de lograr
So what we're trying to achieve
adentro del instituto es
within the
precisamente no
institute is
solamente dar
precisely to
fotografías
not
o
only
armar los
provide a
cálculos
snapshot,
y que
but
sirva de
a,
instrumento de
a
monitoreo de la
film
presión
to
fiscal y el
help
impacto política en la
monitoring
región.
the fiscal system and the
Se pueden
impact of the
conectar
region.
ustedes aquí a la
Here
página
you
web
can
y ahí
connect to the
tenemos
website,
montones de
and
cosas en
there
términos
we
de
have a whole lot of things
acceso a datos
in
de este
terms of
tipo.
data, access to
Como
data of all
resumen,
kinds,
hay también
summaries,
bases de datos de
also
encuestas
databases
armonizadas para
and
una serie de
harmonized
países.
surveys for a series
Hay
of countries
mecanismos para
and
visualizar.
mechanisms for
Están
visualizing
también los
this
datos que
and
estamos
also the
usando porque
data
dos
that
de nuestros
we're using
indicadores
because
han
two
sido
of our
integrados
indicators
en
were
los
incorporated
indicadores
to the
las metas sustentables
indicators
del
of
milenio
our
y ahí se
SDGs.
puede, digamos,
And so
medir
there you can
cómo
monitor
avanzan estos dos indicadores
how the two
y
indicators move
muchas
on
otras cosas
and so
en
many
una
other
serie
things
de
as the
métodos de
entire
trabajo,
series
etcétera.
of our work and so on.
Bueno,
Well,
acaba de salir también, de hecho, de la semana
in
pasada,
fact,
la
last
segunda
week,
edición
the
del
second
manual,
edition of this
donde
manual
nosotros
handbook was
describimos paso
launched,
a paso
and we
cómo
describe
hacer
here
este
step by
tipo de
step
análisis,
how to do this sort of
acompañado
analysis,
también
also accompanied
de software. Tenemos el
by
programa que
software.
lo llamamos
We
el
have a program that
CQ
we
Data
call the
Package para
CQ
que
data
cualquier
packet
persona pueda
so that
poner en
anyone
práctica
may
el
put into
análisis en
practice
cualquier parte del
this
mundo
study in
gracias
any
al
part of the
financiamiento que
world,
obtuvimos de
thanks
la
to the
Fundación
financing
Gates.
that we obtained from the
El
Gates
manual
Foundation.
en
And this
versión en
handbook,
línea es gratis.
this
En
online version,
versión en
is
papel
free of
cuesta
charge. The
$127,
printed
así
one
que
costs
el subsidio es muy
$127.
bueno
The
de la
subsidy
versión
is
en
very
línea.
good for
Y
the
bueno,
online
realmente aquí se ve
version.
que si ustedes
But
hacen
again,
clic,
here, if you click
o sea, si
here,
se meten en la página,
well,
inmediatamente aparece
if you access the website, the
bueno,
handbook appears
entonces,
there immediately.
muy rápidamente, lo que
So
es
very
el
quickly,
análisis de incidencia fiscal es
the
muy
fiscal incidence analysis
trivial.
is, in a
Nosotros
sense, trivial because, as I
sabemos
always say to my
cuáles son las
students,
cuatro operaciones
if you
básicas,
know
que
the
son
four
adiciones,
basic
multiplicaciones y
operations of
divisiones,
additions,
pueden hacerlo.
subtractions, and divisions and
Pero,
multiplications, you
pero
can do
el
it.
gran desafío
However,
está
the big
en
challenge
cómo
lies in
asignar a los
how to
hogares
assign
la carga
households
tributaria,
the
que
tax
sería
burden, which
esto,
would
esta
be this
parte,
part
que es
here.
el, cuánto de cada tipo de impuestos se
How much of
descarga,
each type
que
of
es la
tax
carga verídica
is
para los
the
hogares,
real
cuánto de cada
burden
tipo de
for
beneficios
households,
es
and
lo
how
que
much of each
aplica para
type
los
of
hogares.
benefit is the
Hay
real
un
burden
ingreso
for
fiscal
households. So you begin with a
menos
pre-fiscal
impuestos,
income, you detract the
egresan
taxes, you
beneficios,
add the
etcétera.
benefits and you obtain the actual income. This is all done at microdata level, and so this means that we can construct all the indicators based on this. And then what we did that is innovative, is to create the income concepts, quite aside from the available income. In general, all the analysis of poverty and inequality in Latin America, not only the incidence analysis, but all data, the data that can on poverty and inequality, are generally measured in terms of available income or market income plus transfers, not detracting taxation, depending on the country.
A very important aspect that we discovered is that most of the actions in Latin America for households is via indirect taxes, and in some countries as a result of indirect subsidies. And therefore, we defined what we call consumable income. People can have the same available income, but if they live in a country where food, for example, does not pay VAT, that is, their quality of life is very different to a country where you do have to pay VAT. And this concept of income is very important to measure the impact on poverty. And finally, we also created something that we like very much, which is the concept of final income that uses the cost of public value on education and health. We have suggested alternative methodologies, and in volume 2 of the manual, this is included. Now, what taxes is it that we're including? Well, direct taxes levied on people, indirect taxes such as VAT, specific taxes, social security contributions in transfers. We have direct cash transfers, including non-contributory pensions. There are transfers in kind, such as school uniforms, contributory pensions, indirect subsidies, and transfers in kind, such as spending on health and education, primarily. Now, what are the tax shifting assumptions? So we have a basic approach, which is called the accounting framework, a for the measurement of incidence, and one is assuming here basically that the tax burden is transferred directly to households via direct and indirect taxes, and likewise benefits. But if one has a model that responds to behavior, uh, this is sometimes not the case, and therefore the tax burden can be shared between consumers and producers and so on. But in the basic scheme of fiscal incidence, these are the assumptions. We also have tax evasion assumptions that are case specific to each country. In the case of direct taxes and social security contributions, we cannot calculate that very often because we don't receive that information in surveys. We assume that workers in the informal sector do not pay that, and in terms of indirect taxes, it's very important to distinguish. In some cases, this is included in surveys, or if people live in small rural communities, well, that analysis of robustness. In terms of health and education, we take the per capita expenditure paid by the government per type of expenditure. For example, for education, we have the total that is spent. We divide that by the number of students in public primary schools. That benefit is then linked to children that have children in primary schools, and likewise for secondary and tertiary education. In the case of health, we have several methods that I'm not going to present in detail because I don't have time, but I invite you to look at that in the manual. Now, an issue that is very important and that I would like to discuss with the specialists in present panel and also with ECAC experts is that contributory pensions have a characteristic that doesn't make them a pure transfer. And why? Well, because in general terms, people, when they reach retirement age, they receive something that an amount that they have contributed towards during the working life, or at least a part of that. And it does constitute, whether it constitutes a pure transfer or not, or how much the person receives in terms of pensions is a transfer or not, well, actually depends on how much that person contributed, when that person retires, and what is that person's life expectancy in order to, or how long that person will receive the benefit. And since all the analysis, the, the way in which the analysis conducted means that we have resorted to two aspects mentioned in literature. One is called deferred income. Pensions are like individual accounts, and when people retire, that forms part of the pre-fiscal income, and a different scenario is as pure transfers. Some people, in order to conduct these robustness analysis, use mixed scenarios. But this is a very important issue, and the way in which we resolved this was simply by presenting the information in both fashions, so that we can determine the impact. And why is it so important? Well, if you have all the population, including retired persons, and retired persons only receive an income obtained from contributory pensions, when we calculate pre-fiscal revenues, these people will have a pre-fiscal income of zero, and therefore we call them the false poor, because they wouldn't have had a zero income, most of them, because they have what they had either deposited in their individual accounts or as part of Social Security, and therefore this distorts the distributive impact. And I'll show you what happens when one acts with either of the two assumptions, especially what happens to European countries and in the US when systems are very large. So the construction of the concept of income that I mentioned at the beginning begins with two pre-fiscal scenarios. One for pensions as deferred income, and one when it is treated as an income which is a pure transfer. The available income, consumable, and final incomes are the same for both scenarios. This type of fiscal incidence analysis is easiest, it is basic, it has no behavioral response, there are no general equilibrium effects, no intertemporal effects, and it is primarily an analysis of the average incidence. This equation is very important because it reminds us of the importance of measuring the impact of the system in in terms of taxation and expenditure at the same time. In fact, this is an equation that comes from the book by Lambert in 2001. And for the redistributive impact of the system as a whole be positive, in other words, that it can be an equalizer, we must meet this condition. And one of the things implicit in this condition, expressed in this equation, is that the system may have regressive taxes that are equalizing, that are equalizers within the system. And therefore, when we analyze this separately, we can make mistaken conclusions about what each intervention is actually doing. And I am just giving you very broad ideas. So this is very well developed in the manual. And now we have also empirical analysis published in journals in terms of when to use coefficients such as Deca-Quani for each intervention, and determine based on that that something is an equalizer or an unequalizer can lead to mistakes. And this begins especially with indirect taxes. 25% of the 40 odd countries that we analyzed. For the rest, it doesn't really make a difference whether we analyze this individually or as a system as a whole. But for indirect taxes, analyzing their progressive nature at an individual level can lead to mistaken conclusions. In the case of indirect taxes. So the main message is that this analytical part is that analyzing the tax side without the spending side or vice versa can be mistaken because taxes can be unequalizing in the system. If it is spent progressively, they will become equalizing in the system. And perhaps an unequalizing tax is easier to collect, but it is important that it is done with the other parts of the system. But what is also important is that regressive taxes in the system can become equalizing. And this sounds very strange. I have an example of that I cannot show you right now because I don't have time, but it's in the manual. The other aspect that we would like to emphasize is please let us not forget to measure the impact upon poverty. All the systems that we have analyzed in practically 70 countries have fiscal systems that diminish inequality. In some cases, very little; in others, a lot. But they all have an equalizing impact. However, in an important number of countries, the fiscal system increases poverty. Post-fiscal poverty can be greater to pre-fiscal poverty because, in absolute terms, the poor end up by being net payers. Let's now move on to the presentation of results. All this is on in the web page, and you can find the information there. I invite you to do so. This is a quick view of the size and composition of government expenditure, taxation and non-taxation. In previous presentations, this has been mentioned, and what I always highlight is that in Latin America, we doesn't exist in terms of a single fiscal system unit. The systems are very heterogeneous, including the small ones and the very big ones. An interesting thing is that size in terms of fiscal revenues as a proportion of the GDP is lower on average for Latin America than for middle high income countries that we have in our database. In other words, it is not necessarily true that we have governments that are bigger. Other countries have this. And we can analyze this. The same is happening in terms of heterogeneity throughout the region, in terms of social expenditure and subsidies. The smallest ones, such as Guatemala, and the biggest ones, such as Argentina, in terms of the proportion that is spent as a percentage of the GDP. And once again, Latin America compared to other middle income countries, well, we haven't made progress because we always compare ourselves with the OECD. An advantage is that we have a basis that enables us to compare ourselves to the non-advanced world, which is sometimes more relevant because we are comparing between countries of more or less the same income per capita. And it's a little bit bigger for countries that are not Latin American or Caribbean. Let's have a look at the results very quickly. I remind you that the pre-fiscal income concepts in a scenario where we have a deferred income pensions are different to where we have government transfer-based pensions, and what happens with available income, final income, and so on. And finally, what happens with the Gini coefficient for both scenarios. In dark blue, you can see the scenario where pensions are deferred taxes. In light blue, you find the scenario where they are dealt with as pure transfers. I invite you to have a look at photographs, but on the extreme right, you can see the expenditure of the European Union. In the European Union, if pensions, contributory pensions are dealt with as pure transfers, the distributive effect of pre-fiscal revenues versus available revenues is nearly twice as much as what it would be if they're discussed as deferred.
And this is due to what I had told you about the for the false pre-fiscal poor, people with a pre-fiscal income zero when you do the analysis considering zero or almost zero pension, considering them as pure transfers. In the OECD, to avoid this, what they did was reporting the redistributory impact for persons under the age of 65. So they took out all individuals over the age of 65, and in this way avoided dealing with the distortion introduced by analyzing the distributory pensions. For Latin America, the difference is large in countries where social security systems are significant because the population, the pension population is large, and also because there are more persons in the system, Argentina, Uruguay, and Brazil. And here too, then, you have a redistributory effect is greater when they're dealt with as transfers as rather deferred income. But the redistributory effect is more. And there is no major difference between one scenario and the other. And also, sometimes it is more redistributive, such as in Venezuela, when you have pensions as transfers, but sometimes less, as in Honduras, which is smaller. So the impact on the fiscal redistribution is not always greater when you presuppose transfers. Now, here, Laura, I will apologize, but you have 5 minutes at the very most to wrap up because you know that the time is a tyrant. And here too, you have the monetarized pressure of expenditure in education and health, and also the impact of indirect taxation and such. Now, when we take a look at the specific effects of different types of intervention, we find that in direct taxation are always good, direct transfers are always equalizing, but in the case of indirect taxes and subsidies, we find many cases when they are equalizing, 12 out of 18. And then for spending in education and health, in generally equalizing, and even education and tertiary education is equalizing in 15 of the 18 cases. Now, allow me to quickly show you what happens with poverty. I remind you that when we show here, in terms of the positive quadrant, good, although here poverty does decline if it's in the positive quadrant. And here also I show the difference between the two scenarios, the dark blue as a deferred income transfer and the other the pure. And I did want to highlight that there are several countries that when we take into account the indirect net effect of the subsidy, poverty increases. When this is negative, it means that poverty, post-fiscal poverty, is greater than the pre-fiscal one, and for the poverty line, these are the international poverty lines specific to the countries, depending on whether they are middle to high or middle to low income. So this, for us, is an aberration. The fiscal system should not only reduce inequality, but should also reduce poverty. And so here, when you analyze forms, it's very important to see what happens here. And lastly, I wanted to show you 3 slides where we try to characterize the fiscal systems in Latin America. And here we have all countries. In fact, now we have more countries and we can increase the number of observations outside Latin America. Investment, that is good news, is that the redistributory effect as social expenditure increases, it tends to be equalizing, broadly speaking. And this is true for all countries, Latin America and the rest, and for Latin America specifically as well. And where things are not that good is when we take a look whether there is a relation between inequality and how much is spent in the redistributary method over social expenditure as a proportion of the fiscal revenue. When you see all countries in the sample, that the result is as we want to see, the greater inequality, the higher the Gini, higher social spending as a percentage of fiscal revenue. And so this is what would be pursued, the Merle's tax system, the medium voter theory, and well, good news. But in Latin America, the the regression is not significant. They have a negative slope. So no, the higher the inequality, we do not necessarily have more social spending. And maybe doing this without Argentina and Venezuela, that are the outliers, the result is the same. So the redistributory effort is not greater the more unequal the country is. And the Pickelinder, in his very book going public, called the Robin Hood paradox, because he found this in the 18th or 19th century, and that the original inequality led to elites that prevented making a redistributory effort. So it seems that there is a bit of this in Latin America. And the same thing happens the more unequal, not necessarily is the redistributory effort larger because the social expenditure is not higher because the size is not necessarily linked to progressiveness. And now another thing, I invite you to ECINEC when in July I take up the chair of the Society for the Study on Inequality. We will be presenting a study showing how much is contributed by size and how much by the various progressiveness and instruments to determining changes in inequality. Thank you, Nora. That's it. This is highly heterogeneous. Inequality does decline, but also poverty tends to increase, especially in the poorest countries in the region. Transfers and direct transfers are always difficult, but a high percentage of indirect taxes and subsidies are equalizing. But remember that indirect taxes are one of the main reasons why they impoverish. Education and health systems tend to be progressive. This could be for four reasons because middle class and high class people do not send their schools to public schools or municipal schools, nor do they use the state health system, which creates a perverse system in terms of improving the quality of these services. And lastly, but in Latin America, this does not apply. The more unequal, the greater the effort for fiscal redistribution. Thank you. And here are all sources of the studies in Latin America for the due recognition. Thank you. Thank you, Nora, and congratulations for that marvelous study that you have just presented. Now I wanted to hand over to Jose Antonio Campo for the comments on the session. Thank you. Yes, thank you very much. It has been a very interesting meeting. I must say that this is not an area that I have studied, but I will have to practice. I did a tax reform last year with the Minister of Finance, and so and based on this, I would really like to put to you some thoughts based on the different presentations. Without a doubt, the more redistributive uh, taxes for personal tax. That is the most progressive of all. But as the old studies show, the Latin American scope of the tax in comparison to OECD countries is very low collection. And so there are interesting possibilities there to increase this amount. The big problem or the big discussion is that if you expand the base or do you increase the tax burden of the higher income segment? In our case, we did it by taking out benefits, not changing the tax rate. But that is, without a doubt, the most relevant goal. Now, in the Colombian debate, particularly large throughout history, has been equity tax, which is in Colombia, equity tax was originally created in 1936 and it lasted until 1987 when it was suspended with the market reform and then reinstated in different modalities during the 21st century. Well, that is a very important part of the reform done last year to have a permanent tax on equity with a rate of 1.5%. And we will see what happens if it is not done away with or removed. But well, I would like to say that equity tax, the basic raison d'etre is that it is the most uh, progressive of all. And so it is highly progressive. Now, obviously, it does have an issue in terms of control. One important thing is that I don't know how many countries have this, controlling the income and equity in other countries of Colombian citizens. That is a major issue, notwithstanding many people with high levels of income and equity, they register them in other countries, their properties. But well, but that is really what's important. And curiously enough, reading Piketty, one day I found that he uses the same justification as used by the Colombian government in 1936 to determine the equity tax. And that is that the capital gains are always underestimated. And so the equity tax, in a way, is a tax that complements income tax, supplements. And so that is how it is seen. And Piketty uses the reasoning of the neoliberal people in Colombia for that. And another very complex issue today is capital gains. Such. And in many countries, there is simply no tax on capital gains. And it is easy if you want to camouflage income as a capital gain, it is easy. So there is an implicit evasion there, an income tax through a camouflage mechanism.
I think that the presentation by Spain was very interesting in terms of juridical persons. In the case of juridical persons, a debate whether it's progressive or not with a lower rate for small businesses. Strictly speaking, in the Colombian debate, there are no differentiated rates, but there is a simple taxation regime for small companies. And I think that that is a marvelous formalization mechanism that should be used more widely. and also for labor formality, and that is easier today using electronic means. It's easier to capture that. And so I am in favor of a simple taxation system for enterprises. And the issue of evaluation is very interesting. The evaluation of the effectiveness of taxation benefits granted to certain sectors. That is a debate that is complex. I do believe that there has to be a mechanism in place, and in Spain there is a regular mechanism in order to evaluate this. That does not exist in Colombia, and we have to establish that. But it's effective. There's other research. For example, there are several studies by the IMF that are doubtful in terms of the effectiveness of tax benefits, thinking about differentiated rates per country that supposedly attract investment, but according to the IMF, what they attract is the registration of assets, and not so much investment. And so that is a very interesting issue. Curiously enough, there is an additional debate that refers to natural resources and how one is able to capture the additional benefits of natural resources and the temporary benefits of natural resources. And that was an important issue in the Colombian case because we established an additional income benefit for the oil and carbon sectors, depending on the international price of their export products. In the Colombian case, the justification that I mentioned yesterday is that the coffee sector, when it was the main export in Colombia, and they were experiencing a price hike in Colombia, always made a special contribution to the state. So that is basically the justification for that exceptional tax on oil and coal. Curiously enough, I feel that there could be differentiated rates per sector in favor and against that. In favor, where there is a lot of debate about whether the benefit that existed for a long time for hotels in Colombia was a justified benefit or not. We suggested that it should be eliminated, except for small populations, for ecotourism, for example, and for rural tourism. But for all the other main tourism areas in the Caribbean, Cartagena, for example, we eliminated all those benefits. And that has been the subject of a lot of debate, and especially for ecotourism, that could is a very interesting possibility in the Colombian case in terms of its development potential. And also for new ways of production of electricity, for solar power or wind power, and for green hydrogen. Those are the only sectors practically that receive a taxation benefit. I was quite radical in eliminating these tax benefits because if evaluations had been conducted, we could have concluded perhaps that they were effective, but had serious doubts in that sense. And with regards to other taxes, in the case of VAT, the excessive VAT is a problem for the whole of Latin America, as has been shown in the presentation. And as mentioned by Nora, at the end of she said at the end, they are regressive, but an important debate is whether there is a possibility of having differentiated VAT rates that eliminate that its regressive nature, or at least make it more neutral. That has been the historical debate in Colombia compared to the Chilean system, where they have a single VAT. In Colombia, we do have differentiated rates. For example, food do not pay VAT, given that it's a main popular consumption article. And that has had problems because it is applied to other types of consumption. And we'll have to debate whether that is effective or not. But the evaluations that have been conducted of VAT in Colombia is that it is quite neutral. It is not regressive, precisely as a result of those differentiated rates. And finally, we have the issue and that was presented in terms of environmental taxes, and I would like to add health taxes. The latter have always existed because we call them the tax on vice, on liquor and tobacco. These are taxes that are local taxes in the Colombian case. And I believe that there's a lot that can be improved there. But these are taxes that may be used. And there are other taxes, as mentioned by Mexico, in terms of ultra-processed food and drinks with sugar added. And we included that last year as health taxes. And for example, sugar-added drinks are important, especially to struggle against diabetes, because this can have a positive, and therefore this can have a positive impact in the long term in terms of health. And what is most important in all our countries is the tax on gasoline. At an international level, what we have found is subsidies of gasoline consumption, but this is a reasonable tax, and perhaps one could express it in a different fashion. In our case, we also tax carbon emissions. We're one of the few countries that have a tax carbon emissions as a sustainable tax. And in this case, this is interesting, and I remember studies that I conducted for the UN in New York in terms of integrating the world's carbon markets based on the European experience, so that one may be able to exchange carbon taxes by different means as an interesting alternative. But these are all interesting issues that I would add to the discussion that is being held here. Thank you. Thank you, Jose Antonio. I would like to open up the floor for comments and questions to our presenters.
Adelante, Marna. Ricardo Marna. Adelante.
You have the floor, sir. Thank you very much. Of course, I agree with the presentations that we have heard. I would like to make a comment about something that impacts me with regards to environmental taxes. I believe that we are living in a world where we are rather dealing with credits rather than taxes. VAT, the Inflation Reduction Act that was passed recently in the US, implies a whole series of tremendous subsidies for environmental aspects, basically to replace thermal engines. And the idea is not to levy gasolines, but rather this is a direct subsidy, which is also protectionist in favor of new transport means and in terms of new production terms. And the European Union is also considering its own combination to generate a reduction of emissions, tax credits, tax reductions related to those issues, and at the same time, relatively protectionist means because we're talking of new industrial policies, and this implies a brutal change by 2025, and we are on the very threshold of that. What will happen in Latin America with that? We will also have to have subsidies or credits where exemptions become a common good, contrary to what we're saying, because we also talk about the problems involved with tax exemptions. In this case, there is a tremendous turning point here when it comes to the use of these taxation policies, and that is what I wanted to share with you.
Adelante. ¿Quién más?
Who else?
¿Alguien más?
Anyone else?
Alberto, sí, Alberto, estaba adelante.
Alberto, you have the floor. Some comments from this morning. Tax policies for sustainable development. And Oscar Galmiro presented this in great detail. And I would like to highlight that indeed a tax reform for it to be sustainable requires a fiscal agreement. This was mentioned by Jose Antonio, that 25 years ago led the fiscal pact here in ECLAC, a political pact that makes this sustainable is significant. And you mentioned the improvement of tax management, and I would say that tax reform also requires the reform of the institutional taxation framework, because often that limits what we can do, how much we can advance in a reform has to do with the capability of the state to progress with that reform, tax avoidance, tax evasion, and so on. And I would also like to refer to something that Hector said. Social security, as a result of taxations, is closely linked to taxation policy, and social security, as we will see in the next panel, also refers to expenditure, to permanent commitments, and so on. And I would just like to mention one issue in that sense. You spoke of demographic transition. Our region in 2 more decades will have an aging that is similar to what Europe is experiencing today in 2 decades, not in 50 years. And an indicator which is that people older than 65 as a percentage of the total population. And basically, those developed countries in the OECD and in Europe spend 3.5 times more in social protection than what Latin America and the Caribbean spend. And the question that comes to mind then is that there will be a tremendous fiscal pressure, not only in terms of the efficiency of expenditure, but in how we conducted this debate in the taxation revenues in the public, in the permanent public revenues that have to be greater. And we've held this debate in other regional fiscal policy seminars, but that issue is closer, increasingly closer to us. And I mentioned that to panelists so that I can hear their comments about this. Thank you. Thank you, Alberto. I don't know if there are any other comments or questions, because if not, we will offer the floor in the same order to our presenters, to our panelists. So let us begin. Thank you, Cielo. Very short, because basically I would like to thank you for your comments. I would like to thank you. And 2 minor aspects. I coincide with Ocampo in the sense that fiscal benefits were very good. That what was presented by our Spanish friend. One can say we have to evaluate everything. We have to analyze this one by one, and in that sense, the region is lagging behind. We have very general recipes. See how many taxes we could drop if we avoid tax evasion and tax elusion.
And the other thing is something that's coming for quite some time, but we never really deal with it in depth. Your distinction with the developed countries, this thing of the informality. On the tax side, this has to do with rethinking the combination of tax resources and burden, because these burdens finance social security. I don't know what happens in the developed world. But for us, eh, the issue is the people not covered because they are working informally. So, how should we use funds to give social protection to people who are making no contribution? Well, very briefly, two things. One, on equity tax, as José Antonio was saying. Yesterday, it was said, and Hector mentioned it, I think it is necessary to give a message. We all know that the tax does not collect much in a few countries where it is valid. Administration is not easy, but this could not be an impediment uh, to the tax play its function as a supplement to income tax. In fact, the approach in the Outlook chapter is precisely on how to think of direct taxation globally, including inheritance, which we know also has a lot of opposition. But somehow these are three instruments that may be used to uh, offset not only the inequality of income, but also the inequality of wealth, even deeper in the region. And then a very brief comment on Maria Cristina's presentation and related to what Ricardo was saying. This presentation provides countries with a reference model to somehow assess ex post all mechanisms and exemptions and differential treatments that are valid today, and that we know that in most countries, these treatments become over time acquired rights that are difficult to rationalize and reduce. So this could be a reference model to assess what we already have, but also it's possible that countries may also begin to adopt an ex-ante approach to tax expenditure. And in that case, every time a differentiation is used or some sort of special treatment in the legislation linked to that, to include a series of indicators that will allow its regular review and monitoring and a particular time frame in order to avoid this lack of assessment and monitoring, which we could identify in several countries. Thank you. Two quick reactions. What Cristina said, with what Professor Ocampo said regarding fiscal expenditure. I think that we need environmental stimuli. It's not going to be easy to pay for that. And if someone said, look, this is natural, we must look for environmental taxes, and we will not get much collection, but they could be neutral and provide the right subsidy. The design has its catch because maybe you may have a need for local taxes and subsidies that are federal. And so there, the political economy will not be very pleasant, but we'll have to look for a design. And so I would like to keep the comment by my esteemed Alberto. I think this is a very serious matter, and it is easy for certain population groups to not be living well. We're seeing a major uh, bias towards expenditure for the elderly, and there could be populations such as early childhood that are totally overlooked, and the fiscal urgencies lie elsewhere. So one proposal that we would like to make, and the methodology is there, we are very used to the very short-term incidence of taxation and expenditure. I think that we need to begin looking at this intertemporally and intergenerationally. And what we need is the finance ministry. The model is called generational accounts. And what we need are statistic agencies to do generational transfer accounts and be assessing it. Because it could happen that with all our good intentions, maybe one or two generations are being fiscally overlooked. a lot of need for expenditure, and maybe they're being overtaxed and that they are annoyed, and quite rightly so. But this is partially unavoidable if what we need is more planning, modeling, and begin working.
Muchísimas gracias,
Thank you very
Cristina.
much,
Y ahora la
Hector.
palabra
And now I
para
want
su cierre
to
a Cristina.
hand over to
¿Está
Cristina.
conectada?
Are you online?
Sí, muchas gracias.
Adelante, Cristina.
Yes, go ahead.
Muchas gracias. Y
Thank
bueno,
you.
lo primero, muchísimas
And
gracias
well,
a
first of
todos
all,
por
I
los
thank
comentarios
everyone
en
for
relación
your
con
comments
con la
in
presentación
relation
de
to
la
the
fiscalidad en
presentation
España
of the
y
fiscal
enhorabuena por
benefits
las
in
presentaciones,
Spain
tanto
and
la mía,
the
de Pilar, la de
presentation
Héctor y la de Nora y los
the
comentarios de
other
José Antonio,
speakers
me han parecido
and comments by Jose Antonio. I found them all very enriching.
algunas cuestiones que me gustaría
Now, matters that I
comentar.
would
La
like
primera, en relación con el
to
impuesto sobre sociedades, en España
refer
no
to
tenemos desde el año
federal taxes.
2014
In
un
Spain,
tablero de
since
impuesto a las
2014, we do
pequeñas y
not
medianas
have
empresas. De
a
hecho, lo
reduced tax
eliminamos
for
este tipo reducido para intentar evitar
sort of classification was
fiscal
removed
que se puede
so
producir
that the
como consecuencia de la
fiscal
existencia de
agency that
clasificaciones
might
diferentes en
exist
función del tamaño de las empresas. Además, porque
depending
en
on the
España
size
el
of
panorama
the
de
companies.
declarantes de
Because
sociedades, de impuestos sobre
in
sociedades,
Spain,
tenemos un millón y
the
medio
model
de
of
sociedades por estimar
filers, we
y
have 1.5
por tanto
million,
la recaudación corresponde
and
solo a un 2% que son
but
los
the
contribuyentes
collection is
nacionales,
actually
¿no?
2%,
Tenemos tipos reducidos
largest
para
filers.
fondos de inversión y para
We have other subsidies for
sociedades de
investment funds,
inversión,
in
pero
particular
para pequeñas y medianas empresas
investment
sí
enterprise
tenemos
types,
un régimen
but not
simplificado. Eso por un lado.
enterprise
En segundo
size.
lugar, en relación con el IVA, que
Second,
también
in
comentaba
relation
José
to
Antonio, es
what
verdad
Jose
que la
Antonio said,
existencia
it is
de los
true
tipos
that
reducidos limitan ese
the
efecto
existence of reduced
regresivo
types
del
limit
impuesto,
the regressive
pero en un
aspect of
estudio
the
que hemos
tax.
realizado con el
But in
grupo
a
asesor
study
de la
done
Mesa de
with the
Elaboración
committee of
Financiera,
experts
se constataba que en
for the
España,
white paper,
bueno, ya hemos
in
dicho que
Spain
tenemos
particularly,
un problema con la cantidad de tipos
as I already
reducidos
said,
que
we
tenemos,
have an
se
issue with
constataba que
the
el
number of
55%
reduced
del
classifications,
beneficio
that
fiscal
95% of the
aprovechado
fiscal
por
benefit
el
is
40%
used
de los
by
hogares más ricos. El problema
40%
es
of
que
the
ese
wealthiest
beneficio
folks.
fiscal lo
And
reciben
so
también
this
los
benefit is also
estudiantes
received
que
by
lo necesitarían.
contributors
Por eso es
that
interesante buscar
would not really
alternativas
need
y
it.
fórmulas
So we need to find
complementarias para los
alternatives
más
and
vulnerables
offsetting
y un impuesto
formula for
progresivo
the most
general
vulnerable and a
más alto,
general
¿no? Y
tax
eso sería lo
for
ideal
everyone else.
que
That is the
pudiéramos
idea
pensar. Yo creo que
that we would have in
en,
Spain.
en
And I
América
think
Latina
that
hay
in Latin
algunas
America, there
propuestas,
are
incluso en
some
algunos países,
proposals,
de IVA
even in some
personalizado,
countries, who are
aspectos muy
personalized VAT,
interesantes. En España
very
no podemos
interesting
por ser un país
experiences
de la
that
Unión
we
Europea
could
y este modelo no nos cabe. Una breve referencia al
we
impuesto
can't do
sobre
it
el
in Spain.
patrimonio también.
And then equity
Somos
tax.
España el único país de la Unión
Spain is the
Europea
only country in the EU
el impuesto sobre el
that has
patrimonio
an
neto.
equity
Lo
tax
eliminamos durante un periodo de
that
tiempo,
is
pero lo
net.
volvimos
We
a
removed it
recuperar.
for some
Y
time, but then we
en
put it
relación con
back.
el impuesto, mucho
And in
cuidado con los
relation
países
to
que estén
the tax,
representados por la
very
cesión de competencias
you
normativas
must be
a las
careful
regiones. En
on
España,
account of
en
the
España
decentralized
hemos
countries
tenido
because
una
in
auténtica
Spain we
competencia
have
para
had
la
a
imposición
real
de la riqueza y el capital.
competition
Es un ámbito
for
donde esa
people to
competencia
register in
deberíamos
one area or
de
another.
más clara y
This
modelo
must be
sobre
clear,
la supresión del
and so
impuesto en algunas comunidades autónomas,
led to
como
the
es
removal of the
España,
tax in
se
certain
acaba de
communities.
aprobar para 2 años un
And
impuesto
now
temporal sobre el
we have a
patrimonio
temporary
cultural
tax
que se
approved for
superpone al
2 years
impuesto sobre el
that
patrimonio,
is
pero
in
solamente
addition
la
to
cuota
the
que se
equity
ha
tax,
pagado
but
en la región. De manera que
the
solamente la van a pagar
installment
aquellos
paid in the region
contribuyentes en regiones en
is
las que ese impuesto
discounted.
no existe,
So
como
it's only paid
en
in
Puerto
areas
Rico.
where
Y por
the
último,
tax does
los
not exist.
impuestos especiales, el
And
comentario
then
que
we have
también hace en relación con los
special
impuestos
taxes
especiales medioambientales.
for the environment.
La idea
The idea
existe hoy en día más clara
we
en la
have
literatura
today in the
a la
literature
prensa es que no
is
se pueden
that
establecer
it
exenciones
is not possible to,
únicamente en
to
impuestos
have
medioambientales.
exemption
Hay que
for
buscar
environmental
mecanismos
taxation.
fuera
We need to find mechanisms
del sistema de los impuestos
outside
medioambientales
the
para proteger
environmental
a los más
tax
vulnerables
system
o
to
a los
protect the most
sectores
vulnerable
más
or
afectados
those
por la
sectors
perspectiva de la
most affected
competitividad, pero
by
no en la estructura del
competitiveness,
impuesto porque se está
but not
trabajando
in the
en
tax
un enfoque
structure,
distinto
because this will then
a la
be
idea
sending a
del
different
impuesto. Lo hemos
message
tenido muchas veces en el
to
pasado
what its
y tenemos
purpose
que saber
should
qué
really
realmente
be.
habría que ir. Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Cristina.
Thank you very much, Cristina. And Nora, if you would like to add a few closing remarks. Yes, thank you. And same as Cristina, I uh, thank you for having been part of this session and having access to the presentation and papers. If they could be shared, I would be very grateful. I wanted to make two or three comments, and Cristina also mentioned this. Fiscal expenditure or tax benefit, the terminology varies on the country. In general, it's not captured in the incidence studies, and I think it would be relevant to students. Cristina said that in the case of Spain, currently you did calculate who the beneficiaries really are. But it would be interesting to have these in a context. For example, we have CQ for Spain in our study, and so it would be interesting to include it there and see how this affects the result. Now, one question that I always ask, and that is, but statutory is not necessarily what happens in effective terms. So who pays for the tax? Not necessarily the one who writes out the check, as there's some saying there, I don't know who author. So it would be interesting to see who is paying the bill of removing these benefits. Is it the sector that you're removing it from, or will they find a way to transfer this to others? So we need to do a study of the behavior of the response and how people can respond to how they file, how they buy, and so on. It could be that not always as we would like, and that they receive the burden even though you make these terms the burden in statutory terms. And the other thing I wanted to mention is that I think it is very important, these mentions made, Katina, of protecting the most vulnerable. Because albeit highly regressive taxes do exist, or regressive subsidies do exist, if they are removed, this could affect the poor. So often, there's resistance to the removal of subsidies that do benefit the higher part of the income spectrum because they would affect the purchasing power of the poorest. So taxes change, subsidies change, but how do you compensate the poor who are going to be losers? And this would also affect everything that has to do with environmental taxes because we must reconcile the social agenda with the green agenda. So often what is done in the green one may be not so good in terms of the poor because it affects the purchasing power, although there may be other benefits such as health or temporary stability or whatever. What happens with their purchasing power could be negative. And so it is very important that the design, and that is why right from the start I was saying the design of the policy, this must include expenditure and income to have an arrangement that distributes returns is more desirable. And so here, with Jose Antonio, I will continue on this with the bilateral because I would like you to tell us in depth of all the challenges that you face in introducing a progressive reform to Colombia. But this idea of introducing differential VAT rates to avoid the impoverishing effect is very important, although you will find in many recommendations considering that this introduces distortion. So I think that this is important that this be included in the agenda because if it is not possible to offset with transfers what is paid by a poor person in tax on food, for example, then it will have to be done via differential VAT rates and of also other taxes. Thank you. Well, thank you very much, Nora. I thank all panelists for their excellent presentation and all of you for your attention. Now we invite you to break for coffee for 10 minutes to begin the next session. Thank you very much.
Ya nosotros nos deben el café.
Te lo debo, señora, para la próxima cuando vengan. A ti y a Cristina. Hasta luego.
Qué pena. Hasta pronto.
luego.
Chao.
No creo que bueno, porque se fue a otra reunión con Oxfam y de ahí se tiene que poner el juego.
¿Sí?
Sí, bueno, vamos.
Very well. We're going to begin. Noel, you are the host. Well, it's still good morning, everyone. And just a few moments more, it will be good afternoon here. And welcome to session 7 of the regional seminar on fiscal policy. And I thank Daniel Kittelman for the invitation. He's director of the Social Development Division, who will help me moderate the session. And it's so important to really get together to talk about fiscal policy and public finances in the region. And well, there are 35 regional seminars that we've held so far, and let's hope another 35 in future. And in this session, we're going to talk about public spending for inclusion and growth. And this is an essential topic on how public spending faces inequality in the region and allows moving ahead towards development that is inclusive. And of course, it is a cornerstone of the development strategy for the economy that is sustainable way. How to develop the fiscal policy, the budgets, the strategies, and methodologies that help us identify fiscal efforts in order to address inequality. So the fiscal outlook this year is a very interesting exercise in this direction. And so for this discussion, we have a very distinguished speakers and commentators. Andrea Podesta, who is an ECLAC consultant, the Division of Economic Development, supporting the fiscal outlook of ECLAC constantly, and also Pablo Jorqueira, who is head of the Studies Department of the DPRES, the Budget Office in Chile, and Leonardo Garnier, Special Advisor, Secretary General of the UN, and who was a special advisor of the summit on the transformation of education, Minister of Education in Costa Rica, very long CV, and thank you for being here in person and at that. Vilma de Conceição Pinto, who is Director of the Independent Fiscal Institution, Federal Center, Brazil, and who I understand is going to speak online. And lastly, comments by Alejandra Macias Sanchez, who is the Executive Director of the Center for Economic Budgetary Research in Mexico. So each speaker will have 20 minutes, and we'll advise 2 minutes before for you to wrap up. And so we will kick off with Andrea Podesta. Andrea, the floor is yours. Good morning. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for the, mainly Clark for inviting me to the seminar and also for giving me the opportunity to contribute regarding Chapter 3 of the Fiscal Outlook. It has been joint work together with the Economic Development Division at ECAC with contributions and support by Noel, Michael, Leon, Sandra as well with comments by Maria Dolores Almeida when we were determining the methodology. So thank you all very much, and also the contributions by Maria Julia and Maria José Zapata. And so, first, a short introduction and context to the theme of public spending related to gender equality, indigenous people, African descendants, and persons with disabilities. The methodology that we have used for the study, and then I will focus on the results and lastly some challenges and guidelines to strengthen this sort of statistics in the countries of the region. As we know, the countries of Latin America are characterized by a very high degree of inequality among the various population groups, which means it is very relevant to have tools to identify the needs of these groups that tend to be excluded, such as I said, women, indigenous people, Afro-descendants, and persons with disabilities. So in order to design public spending and strengthen the inclusion of these groups. So we believe that to make the right decisions, it is necessary to have statistics to follow up on public spending in relation to these themes. This is a key tool to promote equality among these various groups and so contribute to the attainment of SDGs. We're going to see a pilot case. We selected 4 countries of the region: Argentina, Guatemala, Mexico, and Uruguay. And as I will show in a moment, already have some official estimates with regard to these themes.
So again, I would like to say that we developed a methodological approach to measure this cross-cutting public expenditure. When we refer to this type of expenditure, we mean that it encompasses various government functions and different government entities. To identify that, we must go to the programmatic categories of expenditure. The minimum level, for example, of activities or works, depending on each country, and thus identify those items that may contribute to reduce inequalities in the various groups that we have studied. The methodology can be consulted in greater detail in chapter 3. I would like to focus primarily on 2 classifications that we have chosen to present this information. One of the classifications is the functional classification of expenditure. The public finance statistics of the IMF, social protection, health, education, and so on. And the second one has to do with the specific classification that we have developed for each one of these aspects. And that is what I will dwell on in greater detail. In the case of public expenditure linked to gender equality, we focused on the concepts of the various autonomies developed by ECLA. So we have grouped the items, the expenditure items in physical autonomy, in other words, those programs related to health with a gender perspective, programs involving food support, and those that have to do with the eradication of gender violence. Then we have a category related to economic autonomy. That considers those activities and programs that contribute towards women's capabilities to generate income. After that, we have resources aimed at strengthening autonomy in decision making that refer to programs aimed at promoting the presence and participation of women in different spheres. In addition to that, in ECLAC, we highlight the importance of the interrelationship of the various autonomies, and therefore we thought it was adequate to create a fourth category that we have called a cross-cutting autonomy, where we have included programs linked to education and all those related to the strengthening of equality and the struggle against discrimination, the defense of human rights with a gender perspective. That those have all been grouped in this last category. With regard to people with disability, the specific classification of expenditure includes again 4 categories. The first one involves programs linked to health, nutrition, and the support for people with disability in their daily lives. After that, we have a category with a program that seeks to strengthen everything related to human capital and the generation of income for these people with disability. We also have programs related to the comprehensive development and the rights of people with disability and the eradication of discrimination and violence. And we felt it was also suitable to add a fourth specific category for this group of people related to accessibility. It considers the infrastructure that is required, be it of universal design or special design, so that people with disability may be able to break down or overcome the physical barriers that prevent their full insertion into society. The next group, in the case of public expenditure linked to indigenous peoples and Afro descendants, we have also taken into consideration here the specific needs and the internationally acknowledged rights. We have categories, therefore, related to food and health, others related to the generation of income. In a third one, we have taken into consideration the comprehensive development and the rights and cultural programs aimed at protecting indigenous and Afro-descendant cultures. And we have added a specific category that refers to programs that seek to resolve these territorial conflicts that many countries face with indigenous populations. In this fourth category, we have brought those programs together that we have entitled the right to land, decent housing, and infrastructure. Certain infrastructure programs in indigenous populations. So we conducted a pilot study for these four countries, for Argentina, Guatemala, Mexico, and Uruguay. They have official data on the cross-cutting public expenditure with a gender perspective, despite the fact that it's important to mention that there is scope to improve statistics and especially transparency when it comes to publishing methodologies, because often we found that there was no justification for the inclusion or absence of a specific program when programs were not specific to diminish gender inequalities, and a portion of resources were allocated. Well, official methodologies did not clarify how the calculation was made to allocate those resources. Despite the fact that there are certain limitations, this in any case represents a tremendous progress, because countries have, for the past years, begun to estimate these statistics. In the case of people with disability, up to now, only Argentina has an analysis of this type. And with regards to indigenous peoples, we have official analysis for Guatemala and Mexico. And Argentina, as from this year, will be publishing figures to include indigenous populations. The coverage uh, for Argentina, Mexico, and Uruguay is at the level of central government and includes, and we have included social security in Uruguay, but official statistics don't include this, and we believe that this is a limitation for Argentina, given the fact that it's a federal country. It's important to include the initiatives in the provinces. There are 17 provinces plus the autonomous district of Buenos Aires that have made progress in these cross-cutting analysis with a gender perspective, but obviously there are no consolidated statistics of all for all provinces in order to include them. In Guatemala, the coverage is at the level of general government. In other words, it includes the central government, social security, and also local governments. Let's very quickly look at the main results. I would like to warn you that this is a preliminary exercise, and to the extent that we gain access to more disaggregated information, we will be able to improve this data. But we believe that it is a good starting point. In general terms, we can say that in terms of public expenditure aimed at reducing inequalities as a result of gender, race, ethnic reasons, that is very different in all four countries, and these differences will be analyzed in terms of the resources that are invested as a percentage of the GDP, and also in their composition, in the functional classification of expenditure, and also with the special classification which has to do with the autonomy of women. Let's begin with public expenditure linked to gender equality. As you can see, Guatemala, Mexico, and Uruguay have a expenditure with a gender perspective is lower than the GDP, but in Argentina it's above 3% of the GDP. With regards government functions, we see what prevails is the function of social protection in all four countries. And this is due to the importance of pensions, the payment of pensions with a gender perspective, the existence of family benefits in conditioned cash transfer programs normally managed or administered by women, and some monetary agreements for the purchase of food. If we look at Guatemala, what prevails there is expenditure in social protection with a gender perspective, and we find that there are also other functions that are important, such as, for example, the function of housing and community services that encompasses several programs developed by local governments. What is also important is public security, where we find programs related to systems to protect and provide care to women that are victims of violence in courtrooms and so on. I don't know if you can see this, but this is found in the publication. In the case here, we see the composition of expenditure linked to gender per type of autonomy. We find that both in Argentina, Mexico, and Uruguay, what prevails are the resources invested in order to finance programs aimed at strengthening the economic autonomy of women. This is due to policies that contribute to income, as I mentioned just now, the importance of pensions, family benefits, conditions, cash transfers, and so on. But it's also the result of policies related to work-related training with a gender perspective, with a system of care that is important in public expenditure in Uruguay. We know that in Uruguay, maternity subsidies, paternity services, and childcare is paid by the bank, the Social Security Bank. They're included there in Uruguay. What is most important are resources for these care systems, and that are so important when it comes to the labor participation of women. In the category of economic autonomy, we have included programs linked to productive development support for small producers, microcredit programs, and so on. In the case of Guatemala, we find that what prevails are the resources for physical autonomy, where we find health programs, food programs, such as the program to support an adequate food consumption, and these programs that cater for women that are victims of violence, and other programs related to the eradication of gender violence. Let's move on to public expenditure linked to people with disabilities. We find here that in Argentina and Uruguay, that represents practically or around 1% of the GDP, whilst in Guatemala and Mexico, that represents 0.11 and 0.8% of the GDP, respectively. I would like to remind you that Argentina is the only country that has labeled and identified the items for this population group. In the other three cases, we had to analyze this on an item-by-item basis based on the information provided by programs, sub-programs, and activities in each country, detecting those that were able to contribute towards reducing inequalities, analyzing the objectives of the program, their beneficiaries, and so on. We do see, however, that the composition in terms of government functions, what prevails is expenditure in social protection. This is a result of the importance of the payment of pensions, of disability pensions, both contributed based pensions and also non-contributory pensions. The second most important government function are the resources assigned to health, where we include a health pension for people that are disabled, prevention and diagnosis programs, and likewise treatment and rehabilitation, and the purchase of medical items such as glasses, prostheses, and that kind of thing. Let's move on to expenditure based on these special categories that we had defined earlier. We find that in all four countries, what is most important are the resources aimed at strengthening the income generation, the human capital of people with disabilities due to income, to pension incomes, and the various subsidies that are provided to people with disability in Argentina and in Uruguay. What is important is family benefits for people with disability that are also included in this category. We also have programs for training and for the labor insertion aimed at workers with disability that we have included in these estimates. In addition, we have scholarships for students with disability and special education services. Let's move on to public expenditure.
Linked to indigenous people and Afro-descendants. Although we would have liked to do differentiated estimates for indigenous people and for Afro-descendants, the programs in Guatemala and Mexico include both groups together, and the statistics do not allow so much detail, and so we have grouped them. But in Guatemala and Mexico, the great majority is for indigenous people, and in Uruguay, that does not have a cost-cutting analysis. We were able to detect some programs that are for the Afro-descendant population. And so we see that in Guatemala and Mexico, public spending linked to indigenous people and Afro-descendants is of around 4/10 of GDP. But the composition varies for this public spending. We see that in Guatemala, the subcategory of education is the most relevant one. So in Guatemala, they give great relevance to education, multicultural and bilingual education schools, where they offer education in the indigenous language. And so the relevance of spending in education in this country. However, in Mexico, the most important category is social protection on account of the pensions provided to the indigenous population. And likewise, also included are some programs to strengthen the productive development of these indigenous groups, usually linked to microloans for farming production. In Uruguay, we see that economic affairs stands out because this includes spending in labor training for the Afro-descendant population. As to the different categories, I do not have much time, so I'm going quickly. In all three cases, what stands out are programs to strengthen the income in these three countries. I've not presented data for Argentina because, as I said, Argentina is in the process to obtain information. And so I did want to show that it's also important this category of integral development based on indigenous culture in Mexico and Guatemala, where this includes programs of fight against discrimination and violence, promotion of rights, the development of indigenous languages, and encouraging the citizen participation with a multicultural approach. And now let's quickly move on to the challenges and final remarks. Here it is important to point out that fiscal policies do have a differentiated impact on these various groups that discussed be studied. They affect men, women, persons with disability, indigenous groups, Afro-descendants, all differently. So cross-cutting analysis of the budget contributes to transparency and is essential in order to determine the impact of the fiscal policy. It is important to include these cross-cutting studies in all stages of public administration cycle, the policies, the budgeting, and the assessment and accountability. All of these different stages, the resources are assigned according to the security aims of each country and in order to meet international commitments such as the SDGs. And we're hoping that this standardized approach may contribute to international comparison and facilitate follow-up. And we believe that this cross-cutting approach to public policy may contribute to reducing gender gaps and inequalities that we see in different sectors. So that was very quickly, and now let me show you some guidelines based on these statistics. And we believe that to extend the analysis to other countries and for the continuity of this, it must be mainstream. These statistics at the Ministries of Economy and Finances and national budget offices, they should all be part, including other institutions and ministries related to the same. It is very important that there be regular reports published where there are international methodologies, and the countries should publish in as much detail as possible in various categories of these programs in order to detect more easily and more accurately the items used to reduce inequality. Those countries that already have databases, according to the functional classification of spending or the programmatic classification of spending, they can add fields or variables where they label these items and classify them according to this proposal that we have made here. It is important that the labeling be done at the level of activities for this to be as accurate as possible. But although this proposal, we believe, does contribute a lot, it is also relevant that the countries that already have cross-cutting analysis continue with their publications and continue to relate them to their national frameworks, in addition to strengthening the transparency in order to publish the information and facilitate the downloading of the databases. And as I said, this could extend to other countries and also other themes. For example, adaptation and mitigation of climate change. They could extend to the study of spending related to girls, boys, and adolescents, and young people, and elderly persons. Another area for improvement is to try and include, especially in the federal countries, more decentralized countries, the consolidated spend by subnational governments. That is it. Thank you. Well, thank you very much. Andrea, very interesting. What you can see there in the chapter 3 of the fiscal outlook for this year. And also very interesting challenges here on what we call the matrix of social inequality. How can we find that link of all these groups that have a different spending and expenditure expression? Now I recognize Locoquera, you were already introduced at the start, so please go ahead with your presentation. Yes, good afternoon, everyone. And first of all, I would like to thank ECLAC for the organization of this event and convey the apologies by the director, who was very interested in attending and hearing the other experiences, and tell you a little bit about what it is that we're doing. Wasn't able to be here, and so she asked me to come to tell you how we have progressed in regard to these challenges. I'm going to speak about various things: climate change, gender, and decentralization. First of all, a brief introduction and say that, in fact, the relevance of the budget process in this discussion with regard to inequality, very relevant, because the budget gives us the way to explain how the government is structured. The 2023 budget had three main pillars: economic stimulus of employment after the pandemic. Another very important citizen security issue, which is a great concern in Chile, and a third pillar, social protection. So these three themes were guiding government spending in 2023. And also say that these cross-cutting themes, climate change, the gender approach, and decentralization, are at the heart of the government program. Chile has its cabinet council, one of the most parity-based in the world, and this shows the relevance of these gender issues in the current administration, but also, of course, how to face climate change. This is a major concern. The first law enacted was the Escazú Agreement. And also, decentralization is another aspect that is key to this administration. The president has been very clear. He says that he wants to end his government period with less power than he had when he first started. And being able to transfer from the central government to subnational government levels has to do with delegating power towards the territories. Now, let's tell you what we are doing and where we're headed with regard to each one of these three dimensions. We'll put climate change first, but I would like to begin with the gender approach budgeting. We when we came into government and the director, when she took over the budget office, the minister mandated us to take up gender approach budgeting. So we joined the international discussion. And we've made headway. We have a cooperation agreement with the IDP, we have seminars, and we got into the team, also an agreement with UNDP. And all of this allowed us to devise different initiatives. We did a research process to understand where international discussions where they were at. And together with these international agencies, we agreed on the definition of what we understand as the gender approach budget, and identified the different tools, as Andrea was just saying, used around the world for gender approach budgeting, labeling of programs is one main element. And so based on that, we devised an action plan that consists of a series of activities. But before moving to that, I'd like to say that we, in fact, systematized that the budget office had already been doing many things desegregated, but that did contribute to gender approach budgeting, management improvement plans, which is a monetary stimulus for workers, but did have a gender component. I know when new ex-ante assessment, when new programs are considered, they're assessed to see whether they're included or not in the budget. And this also had a gender consultation and approach. So based on all of these instruments that we already had, we put together an action plan for GRR. And the main challenge that we had was, as I said just now, the interaction between the budget approach that today in Chile we budget according to spending, persons, transfers, capital investment, and the program approach. That means what this public policy does, what is its purpose, what is its framework, and so on. And it's that interaction that today did not exist. And I think this is a challenge that countries face when they get into or want to move ahead with these matters. And in the budget process, that interaction did not exist. In the budget cycle, we said that when you construct a policy, we consult. But when we begin the budget process, that interaction between budget and programs was not there. So what did we do? We designed for the 2024 budget, that is what is being drafted today in 2023, what we call the AT form. The name is not very sexy, but what the idea is to pick up for each budget allocation in subtitle 24, current transfers, and 23, capital transfers. We ask the services when they're budgeting, please tell us if this allocation does or not have a gender approach, and if it does or not have an outlook of, say, looking towards mitigating climate change. You can't see this very well, but this is the form and where each allocation, each service must say this. And so, this is how we are adopting the approach to the budget process, budget cycle. And we are doing this today for the 2024 budget. And so, if you invite us to the 26th regional seminar, the results, and Andrea can put up actually the table how we're progressing in the gender approach, and we'll be able to say what share of the budget, how many of the allocations, transfers, current or capital, but where most spending is concentrated. How much of this has the gender approach? And so, how will this continue? This year we did this pilot. We're going to preliminarily raise this. The services are going to find it not that easy. Some will do it, others not. But we'll open up a conversation at service level in order to identify these allocations.
Y nuestro desafío para el próximo
And our challenge next year is to discuss these categories in greater depth, to define at a state level not only the budget authorities finance military women, the approach that is going to be used. As mentioned by Andrea, we could use the approach of autonomies, and the idea is to consult through this form a second level, whether it contributes or not, and what it seeks to resolve, economic autonomy, physical autonomy, in which direction that program is headed. And this is a major challenge for the budget authority, a major challenge for public services, but we hope it will result in interesting findings. That is what we're doing. And what lessons have we learned in this budgeting with a gender perspective? Now, let me convey to you what we have done in terms of climate change. Indeed, we have made greater progress with this aspect. During 2021, 2022, we have published four working documents or research notes with research on what this is, how it can be measured, and so on, where we face the same challenge, how we link budget with public programs. And the first thing that we did there was to make a methodological decision based on the manual of the Rio markers of the OECD presented by many countries, and which shows whether our actions are aimed at mitigating, adapting, or both. And this is consolidated in public documents issued by the budget authority. What we did subsequently was to conduct work that instead of looking ahead, what we did was to look backwards. In other words, we considered expenditure during 2022, we looked at expenditure during 2021, and we asked ourselves whether whether it was geared or not towards adaptation, mitigation, or both, whether that expenditure was geared towards that. And how did we try to resolve this challenge between programs, between expenditure, the direction, the objective of expenditure, and the objectives of the public policy? And by looking at the integrated bank of social and non-social banks. That's how we call it in Chile. In other words, all the public programs that have a design, a logical framework, they all go to this integrated pool of programs with an objective, a beneficiary population, target population. And there we are able to identify 729 public programs. And there are also investment initiatives 2,979 investment initiatives. And so what was it that we did? Well, we focused on the execution of expenditure in 2021, adhering to these categories and also aligned with the Rio markers. We asked services whether they were seeking to adapt and mitigate or had a mixed perspective. And we did this with the 2021 expenditure. And therefore, in 2022, what was it that we did? Well, we reported to our Congress the budget expenditure in terms of climate change in 2021. And why did we report this to Congress? Well, both for transparency purposes and also because this had been constructed and disseminated. And since the Parliament had received this information together with social organizations and so on, that forced DPS in our budget law to report to Congress about the budget expenditure with geared towards climate change aspect. And we have Article 6 of the budget law that says that the Congress that forces us to provide that information to Congress. And therefore, we drafted this document and submitted that information. What does it say there? Well, this may not be these may not be very relevant figures, but indeed it enables us to identify where we find ourselves. And for 2021, 1.79% of total expenditure, 914 million dollars had this perspective. 14.9 geared towards litigation, 14.7 to adaptation, 12.8 to mitigation, and a figure for mixed purposes. This, in terms of climate change, this represents 14.7% of the total expenditure, 33% aimed at mitigation actions, and 77% aimed at adaptation measures. So we have established a baseline. We know how much we're spending today. Indeed, this can be fine-tuned because of this review of programs. It's done one by one, and therefore there is scope for that. Well, we're building this together with services, and now with Form T that I showed you just now, we are able to incorporate this question during the process of designing the budget. So summarizing these two aspects before we discuss the last component, we are trying to budget with a gender perspective in the future. Hopefully, by the 2025 budget, we'll be able to establish that aware of the percentage of the budget and the resources that will be allocated to gender perspective activities. And the same thing will be able to be done for expenditure related to climate change. But in the sense that we have already done work looking back in terms of what we have done, how much we have spent to date. And in the case of programs, that is not too much, but in terms of investment activities, that figure is more significant. And the last chapter that we don't want to leave behind, because we feel also very relevant in the discussion of this issue, is what we're doing in terms of fiscal decentralization. This is something novel because the president submitted to our National Congress last Monday, 2 days ago, a law for the financing, decentralization, and regional fiscal responsibility, which involves a whole series of elements that I would like to share with you in my last 5 minutes. First of all, I'd like to say that indeed we have a long history of, well, maybe not a long history, but perhaps a short history. Some important milestones for decentralization: the creation of the National Fund for Regional Development in 1974. In 1992, we published the Organic Law on Regional Government. And after that, many years go by until 2013 without major changes in the administrative structure of regional government. It's in 2013 when we passed a law on political decentralization, so to speak, which enables heads of regional governments, in other words, regional governors, to be elected. No, in 2013, it is regional councillors, the local parliament, so to speak, and it is only in 2018 when we passed a law that enables the popular election of regional governors. So many years go by without too many efforts in that sense. And within that same process, when we passed the law which allowed the election of regional governors, we created a law for regional strengthening with a process to transfer competencies uh, to these elected regional governments. And we were left with an important part, which was the fiscal decentralization. In other words, which resources was the new elected authority going to have? And for that purpose, we had could look back at the budget law of 2023 when we began to create a certain level of independence. We created a budget item exclusively for regional governments. We created an allocation for agreements to make expenditure much more flexible in the regions. We created items that provided greater flexibility in that sense. But what we were lacking was a law, an organic institutional structure that could provide the framework determining how regional governments were going to be financed. And this is what this new law of regional financing, decentralization, and fiscal responsibility that we have called stronger regions. Because what is it that it achieves? Well, it provides them with the faculties to generate a new sources of revenues. A procedure is created so that within a framework of options legislated by Parliament, because taxes here have to be defined by Parliament, they are provided with the faculties to choose certain rates, new rates, for example, for national parks, and there is a procedure involving regional governments to define the what is economic activity that is taxed and at what rate. There is a procedure in the law that grants regional governments with that flexibility. It also regulates sources of revenues, and it modifies the law on funds, because today there are many funds for regions, transport, development, and so on, and they are all brought together in the Regional Development Fund, the FNDR, with certain allocations and guidelines. A certain percentage has to go to may go to transport, but anyway, it's put in order there. And we also regulate expenditure. We regulate the budgetary process. And what we do is to take that out of Decree 1263 that regulates a procedure. That is a real transformation, as lawyers say, because indeed that no longer is subjected, the budgets are no longer subjected to Congress. The Congress will approve, what it does is to approve the total transfer amount for regional governments, and each regional government is able to discuss its internal budget in terms of personnel, current accounts, and so on. And therefore, we generate a little bit more autonomy in terms of their operations. And finally, because all these new faculties have to do with greater responsibilities, we also develop a level of control and accountability. We force the outgoing governor to submit a report, a fiscal report on his management. They have to report annually on their operations, and they also have to provide disaggregated information to the press that is published in the portal of open fiscal data, leading to greater control and citizens' participation for this greater level of autonomy. That is a brief summary of what we're doing, where we find ourselves in the efforts that we are undertaking within the budget authority in order to know the expenditure around these very important issues: climate change, gender perspective, and fiscal decentralization. Thank you, Pablo, for the detail of what the government of Chile is doing around these issues related to budget and management. And you are certainly invited to the next regional seminar to present the open and wide-ranging results of the government. We continue with the presentations. Leonardo Garnier it's your turn. He was already introduced at the beginning, so I don't take any more time from his 20 minutes. Leonardo, thank you very much for being here present in Chile. Thank you, Alberto. We will talk about educational investments, and the idea of my presentation is to share this with you. When we talk about the paradox of investment in education, that is the paradox. The paradox is, why is it so difficult for us to do something uh, which is so obvious and so necessary? And that is the uh, key message of my presentation. Before I touch upon economic issues, I need to begin with this slide to say that education is far more than a good investment. Education has a tremendous potential to transform the future in several different directions, expanding opportunities, promoting the exercise of human rights, generating inclusion and social cohesion, struggle against intolerance, stimulating the acceptance and the enjoyment of human diversity, promoting peace and security, promoting the protection of our planet, promoting culture, recreation, and creativity, and finally creating among people the capabilities and necessary values to exercise a responsible citizenship. Of course, all these things have an economic impact, but in themselves, there are things that are priceless. It's a MasterCard that used to say, for everything else, there's MasterCard. Well, for these things, it's difficult to attach a price to this. But in addition, education is also a tremendous investment. Precisely, we are just commemorating 50 years since the publication of Sakharov's on the returns to education, an international comparison, where he showed the positive rate of return of education. And 5 decades of economic research have reiterated over and over again the idea that investment in education is one of the most profitable and sensible investments of a country to improve in the long term the well-being of its population.
This is something that we know, but it still does not translate into the level of investment needed worldwide. And in general, this presentation refers more to the world situation rather than just Latin America. We do know that good quality education is essential to have a productive and full life. We know that it is an individually profitable investment, socially profitable. However, when we take a look at the figures of how education stands worldwide, the combination of a series of causes, poverty, inequality, erroneous policies, and the impact of the pandemic have all left, especially in the least developed countries, a tremendous number of children and young people with so little education that, according to World Bank and UNICEF estimates, barely 3 of 10 will be able to read and understand a simple text at the age of 10. This is not a specific study, it is a model simulation, but let's suppose that the model is very over pessimistic, that the reality is not 3 but 4 or 5 who would be able to read that text. But it is still terrible. And when you say that more than half children at the age of 10 are unable to understand what they're reading, that means that the situation is truly critical. At the summit, we summed this up saying that education around the world was facing 3 types of crises. One, related to equity and inclusion, because it is still true that despite the progress made, and especially in the first 15 years of this century, important progress is made in terms of coverage. But nevertheless, there are still millions of people that have no schooling and are outside the education system. Second, a quality crisis, and that is reflected in that many of those who are within the school system are not learning what they should be learning, as is reflected in the various assessment tools in Latin America. We have seen the outcomes of the essay that continue to be incredibly poor and also a crisis of relevance because we are not giving the new generation the knowledge, the ability, the attitude, the skills that they need for the world where they're going to be living. And all recent discussions on Chadwick and others show even more clearly that the type of education that we are providing is all right for the not even for the 20th century, but for the 19th century, would have been all right. What's absurd of all this is that we know all this. We know what is happening, but we do not know how to fix it. What we need is sufficient teachers that are well prepared, schools that are safe and inclusive, that reach everyone. We need learning resources. When we talk of learning resources, we're talking about books and textbooks and copybooks, or tablets, computers, internet access. And to that, we could add other significant factors such as school diners, which we know are very relevant. Some basic services that facilitate learning and also resources to offset the vulnerable groups in terms of the opportunity cost, which for them is represented by education. And of course, a sort of uh, far more structured and active teaching with appropriate assessment. None of this is secret. We've known it for at least 50 years, but we're not doing it. So the question, once again, is it because what? You could say maybe the challenge is too great. And when you take a look at the figures, they would see that it is too great. For example, the children that are not learning are two-thirds of the children of the world. Talking of more than 1,000,000,000, 1 billion children. Impossible to achieve. But if you see it in terms of the number of teachers that we need, 70 million new teachers, and that we need better training for the 85 million exercising teachers. We need better infrastructure in schools, internet connection. We speak a lot of internet connection. We have the bigger project. We've mapped more than 2 million schools around the world. But students, eh, what's good for them is not for the schools to be mapped, but they need to be able to access the schools. It's not the same thing. And here the temptation is great to say, look, this is too much, we do not have the funds to pay for that. There is no physical space for that. However, I think that would be an erroneous answer. One of the problems we have is that investment in education around the world is a significant investment, yes, but highly unequal. About 5 trillion is invested in education around the world, but the distribution, that may be 6% of world GDP, but the distribution is very unequal. In the graph, the first row is the higher income countries. They have 10% of their children and 63% of the investment. So 63% of the investment to educate 10% of the children. And the medium to high income countries, they invest or they have 15% of the children and they invest 29% of total investment in education. And the picture is far more difficult for the other two groups. Please look that the medium to low income countries have half of the world's children and invest only 8% of world investment in education. And in the poor countries, this is terrible. They have 25% of the children, that is one quarter of the population in school age, and investment is only 0.6. So we're trying to educate 75% of the children of the world with an 8.6% of world investment in education. And that, of course, translates into very different investment amounts per person. Here is an average summary. The high income countries invest about $8,000 per annum per child in school age. And if you take a look at the more successful systems, such as the northern one, it's about $30,000 per annum per person. The middle middle to high income, about on average 1,000 per person, medium to low, $300 a year per person, and the low income, $50 a year per person. That is $1 a week. You don't need to be an expert in education to know what you can do with $1 a week. Latin America is making a significant effort. Public spending in education that we have represents more or less 4% of GDP in Latin America. And there are differences. There is a group of countries where there are around five, others in four, others in three, and the differences among these three groups of countries are clear. 4% is not that distant from what OECD countries invest on average 4.9%. But these averages are insufficient to understand. 4% of our GDP is not the same as 4.9% of the GDP of other countries. And so OECD countries per person invest 6 times more than the countries of Latin America. And so Latin American students, in correcting by price differentials, receive a sixth of the education or investment in education as the average student in an OECD country. And hopefully oh, that was the only issue. But the thing is that behind that national average, or behind that 1,000 or $300 per person, there are tremendous inequalities within countries. One of the things considered in the social outlook of ECLAC last year, it was education. And I quote, one of the main predictors of educational performance of girls, boys, and adolescents is the level of schooling of the adults that are responsible for them in the home. That is, the children of families with a low level of income and low level of education are already at a disadvantage in terms of their educational success. And of course, if to these girls and boys, it is the ones that we give them even a less uh, investment in education, instead of closing the gaps within the countries, we're expanding the gaps. And so what we're saying is that not only do we have a educational investment that is insufficient, but also our educational investment is inequitable. Instead of closing gaps, we are widening the gaps within countries. And so who invests in education? Globally, public domestic budget finance 79% of education. Almost 80% of education around the world is financed with a national budget. 20% comes from family financing and barely 1% from international aid. And here there are two important things to be clear about. For the low to middle income countries, the challenge of investment in education can only be resolved if the national efforts are supplemented with international cooperation. They're investing 50 or $300 per person. Even if they double what they're investing, which should be doubled, it would still be insufficient. Without significant support by the international community, they will never be able to achieve this educational transition. Nevertheless, and this is what applies to Latin America and most countries of middle to high income countries, the investment in education must be financed with national resources. In Latin America, the middle and middle to high countries are not going to depend on international cooperation to resolve the challenge of their investment in education. And so what we're saying is that education is not only a moral and political imperative, but it should also be understood as an economically sensible investment. And here we have the 5 years of decades that confirm this, and summing this up recently, the World Economic Forum read a lot of the research, and they summed up and said $1 invested in primary and secondary education produces $2.50 additional income throughout life in middle to low income countries, and up to $5 in countries, low income countries, which is incredibly high. And that is only the private investment. If you add the indirect economic benefits the externalities in investment in education. And let me refer to education for early child development. $1 invested in early education could reduce up to $3. 13. And this we must, in addition to the economic returns, add the social return. So, what are we getting? If we know that this is one of the most profitable investments possible, why aren't we doing it? Why are countries not investing more in education? Why do not invest a greater proportion of the GDP? Why does not investment by student or person of school age increase? Why, when we speak of increasing taxes to finance education, there is so much resistance? And I think that here, perhaps the most, I don't know, say, pain or sad in Costa Rica that this should be accompanied by a reform. The unions opposed the tax reform to do this, and they said, "But this is to finance the wages." And they said, "I want the the wage increase, but I don't want the tax increase." We cannot have one thing without the other. And to understand why we have this contradiction between knowing that we need to invest more in education, however, we do not do it. And I insist on this because sometimes people think that it is sufficient to have the knowledge that something must be done and then do it. So if I tell a government or a country and I say, the old studies say, invest in education, this will generate more than it costs, they would do it. But no, it doesn't happen. So to why, the question, why we must return to the ECLAC tradition, understand something that ECLAC has said for decades now, and that is there a very strong relation between the type of economy, the type of development that a country has, and the type of education that a company has. And this relation goes in both directions.
Poniéndolo en términos muy sencillos, in very simple terms, um, countries are very unequal and have a low supply of labor. They can easily fall into a low level balance, or what we could call a poverty trap. That is also an old issue discussed in ECLAC, very close to authors of the region, such as Arthur Lewis, who or many of us may remember when we read the famous article, which is one of the reasons for his Nobel Prize on Economics, about the limited supply of labor. And when there is a unlimited supply of low-cost labor, the type of investments that it attracts are unsophisticated investments with low capital investment, low productivity, and low need for human capital. Those investments may be very profitable, not because they are highly productive, but rather because they gain access to natural and human resources at a very low cost. And therefore, for an economy where there is a lot of that type of investment, despite the fact that econometrics says a different thing, it is not very attractive in terms of taxes to finance education. I remember a president of Costa Rica saying that it was no longer necessary for students to know trigonometry. Yes, if you have jobs that do not require knowledge, the investment in education may be viewed as a waste. And therefore, those are economies that have low incentives to introduce a type of budget and tax reforms in order to finance education. Now, I mentioned Lewis because precisely in that article, what Lewis was saying is that when a country with these characteristics joins the international economy, there is a tremendous risk that the country will break up into two, and that there is a very dynamic and successful part of the economy with skilled labor, with good salaries, and yet another part of the economy lags behind, and that is uneducated people with low salaries and with a tremendous informality and so on. The scenario that we find in Latin America. So we either did not uh, read Lewis, or we didn't pay too much attention to what he said. And this becomes even more severe when, in addition to being in this low level equilibrium, countries enter into a race to the bottom when countries try to compete with each other, reducing costs in a spurious manner and not through an increase in productivity, and thus to resort to measures such as the deregulation of the labor market, deregulation of the management of human resources, currency devaluations, generous fiscal exemptions, and that leads to a shrinkage of social investment, arguing that there is insufficient fiscal space. And on the contrary, if we have tax exemptions to the most dynamic parts of the economy, the social space also shrinks. And here, what I would like to emphasize is that when we talk about fiscal space, we often seem to refer to a fixed piece of data. Fiscal space is not a piece of data. We're not talking of an absolute lack of resources. If we think and look at over the past 30 years in the world, today's world GDP is far greater than in the last 30 years. When I say today that there is less space than in the past 30 years, that is because the distribution of the GDP has been different, and that does not only happens in terms of taxes. When you review the evolution of the GDP in the US, in Europe, or in our own countries over the past 30 years, what you will find is that the GDP grew at a far larger rate than salaries. And so this has to do with the distribution, how we're going to distribute that national production so that remunerations are aligned with an increase in productivity, and also to create that fiscal space that is needed in order to finance social investment and especially to finance education. And there are other types of institutional incentives that are somewhat perverse. For example, ministries of finance are often evaluated in spheres where finance ministries are evaluated in terms of how well or bad they have maintained a macroeconomic balance, which is extremely important. That is half the work of a Minister of Finance. The other half is to efficiently allocate resources. And macroeconomic tasks involve a microeconomic task that is not always as important when it comes to evaluating the work of ministers. One could say that that whole way of tax evasion or tax avoidance is a way also of avoiding education. And to round up, I would like to say a couple of things. First of all, education is vital to overcome poverty traps. Without an educated population, it's impossible to move towards greater productivity sectors. But for education to transform itself in that direction, what must also be transformed is the economy. And here we have a dual relationship where in order to change the economy, we need to transform education, and yet to transform education, we also need a transformation of the economy. No country will be willing to invest in education if their economy doesn't require that education. And here there is a tremendous difference in experiences of successful OECD countries, or perhaps an experience which is much more interesting for Latin America, which is Southeast Asia, where they transformed education and the economy in processes which were practically at a par, which is something that we have not been able to know how to do in Latin America. So I conclude with that image and simply to say something very simple. Throughout the summit process, and we spoke with people from many different countries and from many different types of institutions or entities. No one will anyone say that education is not a priority. It's always a priority. Everybody says that education is indeed a priority. When something is not in the budget, that simply is not a priority. And the challenge is that if we truly want to make education a priority, and to say what is it that we must do for education to be within the budget, that is the first step. And secondly, and that is not today's issue, but we must mention that. What is it that we can do so that those resources allocated in the budget to education can have two characteristics. First of all, that they are equitable. In other words, that they reach those in most need, first of all, in rural areas, indigenous communities, and the poor and less educated, and that in addition, that be an effective investment. In other words, that investment that allows that those that are educated actually learn. Otherwise, we will fall into the same paradox in the sense that education is an expense rather than an investment. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Leonardo, for this presentation that mentions so many interesting issues on dealing with education and development. That phrase, if you're not in the budget, well, indeed, those of us that have worked in budget, indeed, it's important to be within the budget. Here in Chile, we say, if you're not in the budget, you're simply floating around in the air. We will continue with Vilma's presentation. Vilma da Constance Pinto, I understand that you are online and you'll deliver your presentation online. Can you hear us?
Consigo.
We can see you, Vilma. Please go ahead. You have 20 minutes.
Olá. É... Vocês estão conseguindo me ouvir?
Perdona, Vilma. Sí, Vilma nos va.
Vilma will speak in Portuguese, so whoever needs the interpretation, there will be interpretation from Portuguese into Spanish. Go ahead, Vilma. Thank you.
Obrigada pelo convite. Gostaria de agradecer a oportunidade de participar novamente desse evento.
I'd like to thank the organizer for the
Presencialmente no ano
invitation
passado.
to
Esse ano,
speak.
infelizmente, eu não consegui estar
And
presencialmente.
unfortunately, I was not able to attend
Mesmo assim, eu
personally,
espero poder contribuir
but
com as
nevertheless, I would
discussões
like
e
to
debates
contribute.
que já foram de grande relevância e de aprendizado
However, I
para
can
mim.
contribute to
Eu
this
vou
debate that has been
alguns slides,
very important
só para
and fruitful for me. I
contextualizar
would like to
e
share the slides to
ter
put
apoio
into
em termos de
context
apresentação.
and
A minha
to
ideia
support
realmente
my presentation.
fazer uma
The idea that I have today
eu achei muito
is to conduct an analysis that I found was extremely interesting. And that has to do with the last presentation that fits in perfectly well with the public space so that people may be able to promote public expenditure together with economic growth. And I'll talk about Brazil's experience with regards to the definition of what is a priority today. Certain modifications in the primary expenditure structure and also changes that demand certain modifications and thus enabling us to expand the fiscal space. Yesterday, a report was presented on that issue here in our National Congress. This is a bill that was submitted by the executive in order to create a new fiscal rule, replacing the one that guides government expenditure, and thus to determine the basis of this fiscal rule, which aims to obtain a space, an environment, so that we can rebuild, recover expenditures that have been eliminated. Therefore, put this into context, following this brief introduction, but in addition to that, I can't oh no, that's okay. I can do it now. In addition to this introduction, I would like to refer to certain recent issues. We have begun to promote in our discussions an agenda to put this issue in context of fiscal space and fiscal rules related to that, related to this discussion on priority expenditure. Here we have to put into context what is it that people have today? What is the present context of the fiscal rule that is being debated today in Congress? Up to 2016, the main fiscal rule was an increase. What was the idea was to achieve primary results, and this creates tolerance intervals in order to meet that rule or to comply with that rule. So if the government has a primary stage which is higher or has a higher interval of that primary stage of that excess of a primary state can be used as a bond in order to expand public investments, and that would be a way of creating conditions to incorporate expenditure with investment. And what is very interesting is that we find a liquid asset investment or investments taking into consideration capital depreciation. In Brazil, this investment, this liquid investment, was negative until 2021, as occurred with all governments and in regional governments. And in 2022, in the central government, that result of liquid investment was negative. In other words, what has been invested was not sufficient to cover capital depreciation, and therefore there was a need to expand expenditure.
From 2014 to 2016, there was an economic recession, and that contributed to reducing expenditure via investment. And then we needed to adapt the fiscal rules because they were insufficient to ensure fiscal outcomes at levels to ensure the sustainability. And so we had current spending to meet the primary balance. And there were other factors. And so we created a new fiscal rule and with an independent advisory services. And here you can see the growth of the expenditure from since 1997. And you can see that expenditure, there's no great change from 96 to 97 until 2010. The trend is constant. But then the primary spending continued. But as 2011 and 12, the growth continued, but changed more sharply with the creation of the spending gap. And during this period, as of 2011, 2012, the others began declining and led to a number of tax benefits, and the GDP began to slow. After the crisis of 2008, 9, and 10, GDP growth was sharpened. And so in subsequent years, these other rates started to drop. This is the recession, and then a period of cooperation with rates that were pretty low. So the situation was challenging and grew with the growth of items and some that were compulsory and with a component that is significant in our spending, pensions, health, education, and the residual was in the budget in the non-compulsory budget items that are discretionary. And then in the recovery after the primary crisis, and this was interrupted. And then we had a deficit, significant deficit in the period of the pandemic. And that's also interesting to show here total government spending in response to the COVID-19 crisis. In Brazil, various budgets and other, but this also entailed some items that became of priority and that required a further attention. One of these was poverty. And then, although there were indicators that should have been improved gradually, related to food security, poverty, and the way some of these were assessed with or covered with a program that was implemented during the pandemic. And benefits were much higher than the states were used to pay. Because there were people that needed these benefits. So there were some matters were brought about specifically by the pandemic. And so today, when you take a look at the structure of the spending with these cash transfer programs, and you compare the period of the pandemic to date, the difference is significant in terms of spending. So not so much in the terms of the number of families that were benefited. And now here, the government in general saw the more general context of these changes. And here you can see liquid investment and negative as of 2016 to 2021. And then the central government and remain negative in 2022. And here we see the social benefits and aid, increased spending shared with the states. But here we began to see a change in the trajectory of the spending, in part on account of the type of expenditure. And here in this period, from 2019 onwards, we have the pensions, social benefits. These were passed, and also other changes that were significant in this period with social benefits. And even with this, and in this period, the minimum wage in Brazil was corrected. And in recent years, and since a good part of the spending is indexed, well, it ended up having a change in the trajectory here regarding the spending. And then compensation of employees. And this was as a result of a freeze of wages and interruption of public tenders. And this once again went up and wanted to consider a wage increase and resuming in a public tender. And these others we saw in changes in the period. So What did this lead to? Basically, this modification in the graph of spending, as I saw that we showed at the start. This saving was basically in the social benefits, spending on employees and investments. The red line, the dark one, shows the interest rate as a debt payment because this is for the government in general, all spending, not only the primary ones. And here we have a very relevant role in the makeup of the debt interest. As I was saying earlier, there was a significant rise in terms of the value in the income transfer programs, and we can see this effect and an intention to expand the income transfer. When we take the Bolsa Familia program, which was a program that existed even before the pandemic, this was 22 million families benefited, 214 reales. Now we have a new program, the Bolsa Familia, and this has reformulated. Today it reaches less people, 21.2 million families, but the number of families that are eligible for the program would be of 23 million. Nevertheless, at the moment, it only reaches 21.2 million families with an average benefit of 670 reales per family. So there is an increase in absolute terms. And this occurred more than anything else in terms of the value per family. That value increased, but not the number of families held. And there are other modifications before reaching the Bolsa Familia program, and that is the design that changed significantly. And here it is important to highlight the relevance of the quality of spending, because it is not just a matter of increasing the amount per family or the scope of the program without first having an assessment. And the same thing is valid when we're speaking of public investment. There is a lack of expansion in terms of public investment. It stands at levels far below the historical average. And so it is necessary to expand the investment, but efficiently. That is, together with an assessment of spending and together with a better design and public policy in order to make better use of this spending. And here now, I'm showing you details. This is also in terms of the central government, or in 2022, it was still negative. And here, the composition of liquid investment. And so here we have new assets acquired, fixed capital, showing that there is a mismatch over time through a reduction in the acquisition of new assets, non-financial assets. Another relevant theme when we speak of cross-cutting aspects, we're talking about investments, and we have spoken of social expenditure through income transfer. But here in Brazil, we also have some minimum levels or floor expenditure in certain area, and other types of agenda that we are also expanding and giving priority to more explicitly. And health, education, the environment, and all of these are areas where we can see the situation of the spend. before the pandemic and the situation of spending today and the outlook for this year and perhaps the coming one. In terms of health and education, there is a reduction in terms of percentage of GDP in relation to various metrics, and here minimum level before the ceiling is expenditure. The flow had to do with the rise in government revenues, and now with the maximum limit, the ceiling, this is linked to inflation. In 2023, the government passed a new rule that determines the recomposition of spending in different areas, health, environment, education. And so, for coming years, if the fiscal proposal of the new government is approved, it has now been discussed in Congress, the minimums would once again be linked to income percentages and not inflation. And now here to explain the discussion of the new fiscal rules and how this relates to a search for a broader fiscal space before reaching the new fiscal rule to replace the current uh, spending ceiling. The ceiling has gone through many changes, all of these aiming to extend the fiscal space according to the rules and so extend expenditure. Here we have a few exceptions in terms of values and certain exceptions in terms of the rules of the original text and that are currently valid. And then the last change in December 22 opened up fiscal space within the spending ceiling of 168 billion reais, 1.6 or 1.7% of GDP. And this was just for this year and conditioned to a new fiscal rule that is compatible with a new uh, expenditure structure was designed with the constitutional amendment. And here I highlight the article that determines the new fiscal rule. This is an arrangement that explains the fiscal rule. And as I said at the start, there are limits up and down. And so if you exceed this window of tolerance, there is a new way of making investment. And if you are below the tolerance, you also have a limit in terms of increased spending. So spending is linked to rises in revenue to prevent the revenue, the spending from growing less than spending. And likewise, there is another flaw for health and education in terms of investment and also spending linked to donations on environmental matters. This is not included in the rule either. And now another explanation of the fiscal rule that seeks to explain all parameters, and this shows that the rule, despite it does address all of these things, it is nevertheless quite complex in terms of fiscal rules. This is something that we need to improve to have fiscal rules that are more simple, more transparent. And so, once again, I thank you for the invitation. I think that I have exceeded my time by 1 minute. And so, I would like to talk to you a little bit about our agenda.
Our EFI agenda in accordance with these issues. Recently, we took part in the meeting of the OECD on green budgeting. And we are presently in an alliance with the delegation of the European Commission in Brazil. We held a meeting at the offices of the European Union in Brazil to discuss issues related to cross-cutting issues and other matters. Our idea is indeed to begin to introduce certain metrics and certain evaluations in accordance with the green budgeting agenda. and to include this analysis in all our EFI reports. So once again, thank you very much for the invitation and congratulations for this excellent event. Thank you very much. Thank you, Vilma, for your comprehensive presentation of the independent institutional framework of the Federal Senate of Brazil and of the fiscal rule and how it is being implemented at present now. And in order to conclude, we will now listen to the comments of Alejandra Macias Sanchez. She has been introduced, so please go ahead. Thank you for the invitation. I thank ECLAC for being able to be here, contributing and listening to splendid presentations and contributing to this discussion. I have a presentation. The contributions by my co-panelists have been impressive, interesting, and I believe that they're fully aligned with what I have brought so that we can continue with this dialogue. We will talk about public expenditure for inclusion and growth. And I want to begin with how we are spending. We have already discussed this. It has been mentioned by my co-panelists. So we have increasingly smaller fiscal spaces, and I fully agree with the comments made by Leonardo in the sense that this is a problem of redistribution and not so much a problem with the non-existence of money or resources. We have expenditure which is committed, and they are growing pensions, debt, energy. The companies and perhaps other companies have these same types of expenditure, which means that the system is facing a risk of unsustainability because it's very difficult to move that expenditure. It's not impossible, but it is difficult. And therefore, we end up with inertial type of budgets where they simply change as a result of inflation or as a result of agreements that are entered into between the stakeholders of the government and the economy in our countries. What is it that we should take into consideration to have a public expenditure with inclusion and pro-growth? In previous panels, we have already discussed the demographic and epidemiological transition, and by not incorporating these variables in our country plans in budgeting, we run the risk of spending more on the elder who will demand pensions, who will require care against chronic degenerative diseases and greater care. The challenges that arise after COVID, well, there's greater poverty, there is a greater burden for women, more inequality, and what was also mentioned by Leonardo in terms of education and the lack of education. This is something that existed before the health crisis, but at least in Mexico, that gap has widened and is of even greater concern. Also think about changing the social contract. What happens with decisions and investments that we're making at present? What are our priorities? And evidently, the priorities are reflected in the budget. And what is the impact of today's decisions on following on future generations, and even with populations that haven't even been born yet, and that could suffer from even greater burdens than the ones that we have at present. An example would be if we don't invest in health services, if we don't invest in education, we will provide even less opportunities to future generations so that they may develop, grow, and also grow as a country. So we have populations that are historically vulnerable. But I believe that the work done by the governments of our countries and that was presented to us by both Andrea and Pablo in order to identify the interventions and the budget for gender or for these historically vulnerable populations is a necessary condition. It's very important to know that, but I believe that we still need a sufficient condition uh, that exists even before public policies and budget programs. We can talk about these budget programs with a gender perspective and with the perspective of lowering the discrimination that exists of these historically vulnerable populations. So there are structural conditions that are very complex to change, but we would have to do that as from public policies, the role of women, non-remunerated work, discrimination, and again, to include this analysis whenever we design a social program, we should always include these aspects in that process. Now, there is a basic question on resources on the fiscal space. If we have permanently shrinking fiscal spaces as a result of redistribution, what is it that we do? Do we invest in infrastructure? Do we invest in human capital? Well, there is a cost-cutting issue there, but these are difficult decisions that have to be taken when you have increasingly smaller resources, especially if you don't change the expenditure that you have already committed. What we see, and at least in Mexico and perhaps in other countries as well, is that there are much more resources invested in the elderly than in early childhood. I would like to refer to early childhood care because the results, and this has just been mentioned by Leonardo, the return of an investment in early lives is far greater. We would have to talk about financing rights in general in a much more egalitarian manner of the children, of teenagers, and of the elderly. We find sectors that are underfunded, such as health and education in general terms. In fact, we have just concluded a study undertaken with ECLAC in Mexico about horizontal and vertical gaps in these two sectors for countries such as Nicaragua, Panama, Dominican Republic. I can't remember the other, but it's four countries in all. And the results help us to understand to a large degree how these sectors lack resources in Mexico that in less than 10 years, education expenditure is at a second or third level. Expenditure in pensions is less than financing for health, education, and infrastructure. And for 10 years now, we have not been able to recover the levels that we had for physical investments. Now, talking about what is it that we can do in order to spend better in inclusion and in growth, well, we have several development frameworks in the world. At present, I would like to talk about two of those, but there are more. One of them are the cross-cutting annexes, that's from the budget, and the other one is the 2030 agenda. The problem is that they don't talk to each other, and therefore we have, on the one hand, our cross-cutting annexes with certain budgets, which say we're going to make progress in around certain specific issues, but the 2030 agenda has a different logic within the same budget. And to illustrate this, I would like to go to the example of Mexico. We have our expenditure in pensions, and the cross-cutting annex, as mentioned by Andrea, contributes in terms of a gender perspective, and that is basically because half or a little bit more than half of the beneficiaries are women, but it does not necessarily recognize the non-remunerated work of these women over their lives. And the amount could at least be differentiated in order to recognize that. That is an example. But when we review the link with the 2030 agenda, this program only refers to the reduction of poverty and the reduction of inequality. Thus, we require closer coordination between both methodologies in order to make progress and meet these objectives, because at the end of the day, we're not only talking of a budget with these perspectives, but rather to be able to make changes in order to bridge the gaps generated as a result of the non-recognition of existing situations. And in this sense, I would like you to remember the amount. So this is equivalent to 5.4% of the GDP, what we're spending on pensions compared to what we spend on care, which is around 0.14% of the GDP. And there, the difference is enormous between both populations. And in addition to that, if you look at the graph, the expenditure on the care of early childhood, well, we would be um, aiming at other sustainable development goals than the expenditure on pensions as it is structured at present. And therefore, we must work on the coherence of those development frameworks. That would be important in order to achieve the goals that we want to achieve.
Bueno, y la otra parte es el gasto en inversión física, ¿no? Que además...
The other part is expense on the physical expenditure, which is linked to other sustainable development goals. This means that we would not only impact economic growth, but also the part that has to do with poverty, the generation of opportunities, having a population which is more educated and healthy.
But there are also future projections and when the investment is going to be less. Basically, this means that the spending that I have committed will not be considered in this part of fiscal investment. Well, to contribute a bit more to the ongoing discussion in general at the seminar, the inclusion and growth occurs not only on the spend side, but also we could talk of including policies with a gender approach aligned to climate mitigation from the income side. Well, this is something that we spoke about yesterday, the SDG bonds. But these analyses study come about given the need that we had at the research center to understand how the fiscal system contributes to the 2030 agenda, not only linking spending, but also how we can charge taxes with a gender approach. And fiscal expenditure at a time when we had information, we were able to do this by people's tax payments and expenditure. And here we can see how it is focused on the highest decile, mostly men. This, on the one hand, is logical on account of all the structural issues, the labor market, scarce participation by women in the labor market, but all of this sheds light to think of design and where we could include more women in the fiscal system and the benefits. One idea that we would like to explore far more is the earned income taxable child care that does exist in the US, and that could be something that encourages participation by women and that could finance the care system. So let's begin with early childhood. We need care for people with disability and also the elderly. But as Leonardo said, these are all things that are major tasks. And so we need to start small and go changing the fiscal system little by little, expenditure and also the revenue and debt. I would leave my presentation at that. I thank you for your attention.
Bueno, Alejandra, muchas gracias.
Well, Alejandra, thank you very much for that summed up intervention. We're still on time. And so the host has said, if there is one question, because we do not have much time, but if there is one question, we could take it. After this very encouraging introduction, yes, please go ahead. Yes, very briefly. Thank you. We have heard excellent and relevant presentations, all very pedagogical. But this leads me to several questions about what we have been dealing with over the last days. Well, this is a question. Is it feasible, radical change in these realities that we have been talking about in the last few days? If we dwell on Latin America and the Caribbean, is a very primarized economic structure, not very competitive, not very productive, extractivist. Well, is it possible? Because it would seem that there is almost a competition among all sectors regarding resource allocation. How can we address so many needs and delays that we have in Latin America and the Caribbean? Second interrogation. What is not priority in Latin America and the Caribbean? Well, it's true. Education, that's a priority. We know it. But since we are in this continent, when we speak of employment, health, housing, and now the needs to provide aid in terms of gender, ethnic minorities, and so on. What isn't priority in this continent? And the third thing is to ask, investing better or investing more and better? Because as we see here, there is something that we haven't talked about that's cross-cutting, and that is we need far more financial resources to address so many needs. Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador. And also, you had raised your hand. Yes, go ahead. Thank you. Yes, Graciela Custodio from Oxfam Latin American, Latin America, and Ocari. I would like to put all of this in the perspective of everything that we've talked about here, especially with the launch of the 2023 Fiscal Outlook, and where it was proposed to think of instruments in order to enhance growth and not so much budget cutbacks as we have seen in recent years, considering what we've learned with the pandemic and the need to ensure expenditure that is essential for inclusion to reduce inequality and ensure rights. And from this viewpoint, when we speak of fiscal rules, ECLAC has launched a very relevant document, and that the authors like, yeah, yes, Oscar Almeida, and who this is very interesting. It was included in the 2022 fiscal outlook as well. And I think that in countries we should include, we consider this, even in Brazil, where we have heard the presentation by Viva de Life. And also, I believe that that document is very good because it introduces the approach of including SDGs, but that we can even go a bit further and consider the principles of human rights for that. In fact, we are now moving ahead with a document that introduces the human rights approach to fiscal rules, and I will soon have a document with a QR code for you to download. And what would that be like? Well, first thing that we have seen, and that has not happened with the rules in Brazil, simplicity, transparency, and the social responsibility. None of those elements that are human rights principles are present in that rule. So how could you carry out a fiscal rule that does not respect three fundamental rights? Or another thing that the pandemic taught us is the need to be flexible. if we have not foreseen that there are situations of pandemic and climate disaster, environmental disaster, how can we have a rule that is also reliable? There is no foreseeability, and so therefore there is no right to the rule if you cannot foresee what's going to happen. And the human rights, these principles, all contribute some things that could be considered. For example, a fiscal rule should not contain only macroeconomic elements, but consider also other elements such as uh, at the start when it's formulated and then it's assessment. Consider explicitly human rights obligations in the design and the implementation of the fiscal rule. You must think of the economy together with the reduction of inequality, together with the guaranteed rights, and have warnings, alerts in order to implement them, indicators of the fiscal rule implementation as well as indicators of human rights. So many things like that to be considered. And well, I'm sorry to take up so much time, but I think that we could move ahead a little more along those lines. Thank you. Thank you, Desiree, for that intervention, Maria Dolores, very briefly, and then we will move on. Yes, first of all, I would like to congratulate you for the work. And just one thought, which is, first of all, we must understand that public finance management supports the consecution of policies for sustainable development in terms of gender, climate change, childhood. And as such, we are a support. We do not replace policies. And also, this was done very much based on labeling, understanding this is a good step in order to encourage transparency and provide information to decision makers. But we need to work and include this in the budget, through the budget program, working on them with indicators, targets that allow you to link one thing to another. And finally, and with this I close, it is very relevant to find a way for these to be mainstreamed in the public financial administration system, because otherwise they're merely exercises where you label, put up a category that is not comparable internationally. Each one does so in an ad hoc fashion in the best of cases, but we need to move ahead towards international comparability. So one day we can sit down here and know exactly what did Ecuador compare. Did they have a public spending in gender or childhood that is similar or comparable to what is being reported by Ecuador, Mexico, Chile? Thank you, Maria Dolores. And now, 1 minute, yes, to record so we can have time for the executive secretary to close. Andrea, please. 60 seconds, no more. Yes, I simply would like to thank you all for your comments. I fully agree with what said by Maria Dolores. So, yeah, I'm expecting the data for Chile, as Paula said. And yes, I agree. There are many areas of priority mentioned by the defense. We have those related to the environment. So yes, we do have a major challenge ahead. That is it. Thank you. Thank you very much, Andrea. Pablo? Yes, two short words. The fiscal agencies, our role is to relay the resources and our contribution in this regard is to include this institutionally to the budget process. If we believe that it is there, that we can make a contribution. And one thought I would like to highlight, yes, a great contribution towards inclusion put by the regional fiscal decentralization, which is something that we are furthering. Subnational governments, they do have the capacity to mobilize resources for development that is inclusive and uh, productively transformative. Now, taking this into account in the law that we're discussing, but we want to increase the taxable basis with new taxes and so obtaining more revenues for these goals. Thank you, Paulo. Leonardo, please. Yes, very quickly, just two of the questions. Investing more and better, or better, both, I would say. It would be absurd to do anything else. Current investment clearly does not have the impact it should be having. As to what is not a priority, I would say that the term priority must always mean there are other things less of less priority. It's difficult to give a quick example, but I will give you two or three. One, in Costa Rica, Latin America, I think that armies do not have a priority. And so spending things on a number of things that the best of cases, what would happen is that they're not used. An example of something less priority that is hopefully never used, difficult to find. Two, we have many institutions that came up in the 50s and 60s and 70s and 80s to do things that were important at that time. And it is easy to have an institution and very difficult to undo it. But we must ask how many of those things are not a priority. The same is true. Some subsidies that were created in the today earlier on, there was mention of that. Give a subsidy to sector for 10 or 15 years to be competitive, and then the subsidy stays there, as has happened with fuel, for example. So, yes, it is possible to find things that are no longer of priority or that should never have been priority. Well, thank you, Leonardo. And Vilma, are you connected? Yes, I am. 1 minute to close, Vilma. Well, I thank you once again for the invitation, and everything that was said in these presentations was very relevant. In Brazil, I believe that we can definitely increase some of the things mentioned here when there is talk of a cross-cutting agenda and highlight some of the initiatives that were put up. And there is and the Ministry of Planning and Budget that was instated and, and covered three ministries, but now we have a separate ministries for these. And so the Ministry of Finance is working on a pluriannual plan with budget markers. And so they already do have some initiatives that are being considered and with the aim of creating these markers and so to highlight certain aspects in the budget. And so there's a lot to be done and innovate and so creating budgetary space. So we need to review our governance instruments in order to implement public policy that truly have an even greater impact on the economy and society. We need to use these budget instruments and have them aligned to other instruments of the government to ultimately improve these markers, indicators, and regularly assess this in terms of the quality of public services. Once again, I thank you very much, and I thank you for all the contributions. Well, Vilma, thank you very much, and Alejandra, and then 1 minute and we close.
I would like to say something about the exercise that we should be conducting before the budget to incorporate the structure of the population and human rights and define the financing of each one of the things that are needed with regard to those characteristics. And finally, I fully agree with labeling the budget for each one of the populations that we discussed now, childhood and so on, the ones that have been historically vulnerable. I believe that international comparison is important. Now, also insist on harmonizing, standardizing the various development agendas so that we can achieve the objective that we seek at the end of the day. Thank you. Thank you very much, Andrea, Pablo, Leonardo, Vilma, and Alejandra, for your final words. So we end this session and you leave many challenges for us for fiscal policy in the region. Thank you. Thank you, Alberto, and the whole panel for an excellent last panel after 2.5 days of discussions. And now we move on to the closing remarks of this seminar, and the executive secretary will offer his closing remarks. Thank you. It's been a very timely occasion to meet once again and discuss these challenges, especially today. Uh, I would like to reiterate our main ally, which is Spanish cooperation, for its support of many years to this seminar. We also thank the international entities that have cooperated with us, the IDB, the OECD, the International Monetary Fund. We begin by getting to know many realities around which we had a major consensus that the environment is complex, and this makes macroeconomic policy difficult with decisions and balances that governments have to make, and which is very complex. That most countries have seen an increase of their debt. The fiscal space is small in most countries, and it is clear that the financing costs have risen. Unfortunately, all these restrictions to development and growth are taking place within the context of not only a short-term economic slowdown over the past few years, but also resulting of an endemic slow growth, mediocre growth in our region. We saw data of 2014 yesterday with a rate of less than 1%, which was the average growth for the region of this decade that is concluding this year. We, from ECAC, we have promoted a fiscal policy that contributes to enhance development and the sustainable growth of the region, and that requires updating fiscal agreements, as mentioned here. It is said very quickly, but it is one of the most difficult aspects of economic policy, even if there is a political willingness to do that, and to do this within a framework of sustainability of public finances, focused, because it is the only way in which that will work, focused on the strengthening of revenues and also on a better use of resources in terms of expenditure. Those two fronts. I would like to highlight the main moments that we have had on Monday afternoon. We held a session of with ministerial authorities where we submitted the platform of a regional platform for taxation, a cooperation promoted by Colombia, Chile, and Brazil, with a support of ECAC and the technical secretariat. It was interesting to listen to country presentations. We hope that this platform will develop. It's a great pleasure and an honor for us to be able to support that. On Tuesday, we began with a presentation of the report on public debt and restrictions for growth of Latin America, and we saw that the increase of the payment of the debt, primarily as a result of the more higher interests that are paid, it forces countries to allocate increasing public resources to guarantee the sustainability of that debt. But that implies important sacrifices in terms of public investments, social expenditure, which damages sustainable growth and development, and also limits greater investments in sustainable development, which is a major issue. In terms of international entities, we analyze different situations for the country to strengthen the professionalism of the taxation structure in order to improve the quality of public expenditure, in order to improve its efficacy. In another session, we looked at the importance of strengthening public revenues, and this was evidenced in the fiscal panorama, one of the instruments that we distributed also in taxation statistics. And yesterday afternoon, we saw that average tax revenues for the region as a whole recovered its pre-pandemic level, which was 21.7% of the GDP. But even so, the situation was well below the level of the OECD, which is 34.1% of the GDP. We also spoke about the new sources of sustainable financing sources, such as bond markets associated to climatic, social, and governance issues, ESG bonds. And it is clear that the management of the debt considers new ways of financing in order to face up to climate change and promote a sustainable growth. This morning has been very fruitful, very intense. We've had excellent sessions on the issue of revenues and expenditure. In terms of revenues, so we've had an important discussion to consider reforms of income tax reforms for physical persons, talking about available basis, the treatment of types of revenues and so on. I really liked the clarification made by Hector Villarreal about the six basic discussions around the challenges and needs of public revenues in a medium and long in the medium and long term. And in the last session, we have analyzed the need to improve spending under a strategic perspective, improving efficacy, reducing gaps in health, education, and so on, and also to promote growth aspects. So we heard about the regrettable gaps that exist, as mentioned by Leonardo Garnier, in terms of education. The region invests a sixth per student of what is invested by OECD countries. So in summary, we have covered a lot of ground in key aspects, both to navigate the short-term complexities and also so that fiscal policy may contribute to the necessary transformations in our development models in the longer term, including growth aspects that were emphasized, taking into consideration demographic changes that we also referred to, and the imperative need to promote a greater inclusion and reduce inequality. That is so corrosive for social agreements. That's why I would like to end by thanking all presenters that have given us very good quality information and many ideas to government authorities, specialists, in general, to all participants in this seminar. This event would not have been possible without the efforts of many colleagues from ECAC. In that sense, I would like to thank the directors that acted as moderators of each session, the conference unit, the technical team, the audio team, the Zoom, the online transmission, the communications team, the interpreters, thank you very much, and our publications division. Also, my special gratitude, of course, to all colleagues from the Economic Development Division, headed by Dr. Peterman and his whole team, Noel Perez, Michael Hanning, Ivonne González, Sandra Galás, Sol Echeverry, Mariana González, Tania Ulloa, Patricia Wen. Thank you very much, all of you. A warm hand for everyone then.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much. We look forward to receiving you here once again next year, hoping to have a positive history in the fiscal accounts in all countries. And for those of you that travel back to your own countries, may you have a safe and good trip home. Thank you very much.